asivulele ngomkhuleko uzowuvula umkhuleko virtual njengoba sazi ukuthi iParliament lethu silibambe ngo hybrid. Pastor Ndlovu. Uyezwakala Pastor? Yes, Pastor.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pastor. Thank you very much, Pastor Ndlovu, for leading us with a prayer. My name is Phumzile Mbatsacele. I'm the chairperson of Quality of Life. I'm going to be the program director for KwaZulu-Natal Legislature's 2021 Hybrid Youth Parliament. The Mayor of Umshwathi Municipality, His Worship, Ukhansela G.N. Zondi, Mayor of Umgungundlovu District, Her Worship, Ukhansela T.Ima Phumolo, councillors of both municipalities present, members of the legislature, members of the executive council, the Speaker of our legislature, Honorable N.N. Boise, our Honorable Premier, Honorable Zigalala, staff from the legislature, Secretary of the legislature, last but not least, the most important people in our midst, the delegates of the 2021 Youth Parliament. Today in 2021, I still feel privileged to be given this opportunity as a member of the legislature to welcome you all, young people in our 2021 Youth Parliament. Indeed, we gather again under difficult and challenging times in the history of humanity. We meet under the dark cloud where we have lost many youth, many caregivers, many nurses, doctors, members of our families due to COVID-19. Many have succumbed to the pandemic, hence we meet virtually with many of our young people stripped of the opportunity to meet face-to-face here today to deliberate on critical matters of young people. I must now join the leaders of our country to urge all of you to continue to adhere to the country's COVID-19 regulations as set out by our government and our president. It indeed will take a lot of sacrifice, a lot of compromise for the sake of saving lives and ensuring that we continue to have young people even in the future as we rely on you, our future leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this important sitting of the 2021 Youth Parliament. I must commend the young leaders of our political parties who have been part of our planning meetings. I commend the young mind of our youth. I commend the dedication of all of you who despite the COVID pandemic, have pushed forward and said, I quote, "There is no way this parliament will not sit, because the youth of today have seen and continue to face endless challenges in their daily lives," close quote. And therefore, the sitting of the Youth Parliament is one of many platforms that seeks to address and eliminate some of these challenges through vigorous engagements with yourselves in full view of the legislature's MPLs and members of the Executive Council of our province, whom you will ultimately task to take your resolutions forward to implementation. Throughout our planning meetings, I have seen in you and acknowledge that you are the generation of young people who are prepared to take a lead of a movement that stands for positive change. It was irrespective of your political associations. You showed no sign of being distracted by that in your search for solutions to common problems facing young people. I again trust that and have great confidence that you had positive and true deliberations in your commissions yesterday, and that you engaged with youth represent in mind when you were deliberating in these commissions. Abantu abasha must remember that the civil rights era was a youth movement. Many of the historical stands against unjust policies were initiated by youth. It is for this reason that the youth you represent look upon you and are inspired by your leadership. I quote the words of our president when he said just a few days ago during the Youth Day that, I quote, "Young people, we need you to rise and demonstrate that a better life for all is indeed within our reach," unquote. We trust that the responses to your 2020 resolutions, which the Honorable Premier of our province will table here today, meet your expectations. I must acknowledge and extend my warm welcome to the presenters who represent various departments. I have no doubt that we are all looking forward to your presentations as we search for answers to the most challenges that face the youth of today. With those few words, I wish to welcome you all in this Youth Parliament for 2021. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, we are meeting today with young people under the theme, I quote, "The Year of Charlotte Manya Maxeke, Growing Youth Employment for an Inclusive and Transformed Society." Allow me to acknowledge the presence of our honorable members and also those who represent the departments. I wish to acknowledge the presence of our Honorable Premier, Honorable S. Zigalala. Thank you, Honorable Premier. Also to acknowledge the presence of our Honorable Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Honorable N.N. Boise. Sesiyamaza ngithu somlomo. Kade sinaye ekseni. Also to acknowledge the presence of our Deputy Chairperson of Committees, Honorable MPP Zungu, ngimbonile uke wangena, nangi angemuva. Also to acknowledge the presence of Chairperson Waga PPP Committee, Honorable RZP Zulu, naye nangi ukhona ngemuva. Also to acknowledge ANC Whip Honorable Mavuso, IFP Whip Honorable MP Gwala, IFP Whip Honorable OP Gunene, DA Whip Honorable Z.A. Munwango, Minorities Whip Honorable V.R. Mlojwa. Also to acknowledge our Mayor of Mgungundlovu DM, Councillor N. Mapumulo. There was a correction, Aksu N or T. Mapumulo. We apologize, Her Worship. Honorable, also to acknowledge the presence of Umshwati local municipality, Councillor Uzondi. His Worship, Siyabonga ukuthi nibe nani. Also to acknowledge the presence of all officials from different departments. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite His Worship, the Mayor of Umshwati Municipality, to welcome us.
Program Director, thank you very much for inviting us to the podium. Sibonge ukunikwa ithuba. Speaker of the Provincial Legislature, Honorable Nondembeko Boys, KwaZulu-Natal Premier, Honorable Sihle Zikalala, members of the Executive and the Legislature, leadership of the young people from different formations, the delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Mhlambe kuyisibusiso ukuthi sinamukele emkhandlwini waseMshwathi. Sijabule Madam Speaker, kade kuthiwa sizovulelwa ngezwi, kwathiwa kuzoba visual, bengithi kuyoba umuntu engamazi kwamane kwaqhamuka umuntu waseMshwathi. And I felt proud ukuthi you have acknowledged even ukuthi nicele omunye wabefundisi baseMshwathi ebe ingxenye yalo mcimbi. I won't spend much of your time, Madam Program Director, only to say as Umshwathi Municipality, we are humbled but delighted that you chose to come here to celebrate this important occasion, which we know it as a Provincial Youth Month celebration. It is an occasion like this that should be used as a platform for information sharing on a number of important issues that affect the young people. We don't think it must be just an occasion that the young people are gathered together, but they have to shape the future of this country. How to do it? It will be by sitting together, putting their heads together, coming up with resolution, out of those resolution, crafting an implementation plan of how those resolutions are going to be implemented. Maybe we should create more of this platform to allow young people, the future of our country, to play an active role in shaping and developing their own lives, or the future of this country. To play an active role in shaping and developing this country, the role goes beyond what we as older persons can see. Therefore, our role as older people remains that of guiding and supporting them in order for them to ready to tackle any challenge in the future. I would like to borrow from what Franklin Roosevelt once said about the young people. I quote, "We cannot always able to build the future of our youth, but we can always build our youth for the future." Close quote. I would like to repeat it. We cannot always be able to build the future of our youth, but we can always build our youth for the future. How can we do that? We can do that not necessarily by sending our youth to school for degrees or masters or whatever, but for giving them the skills which they can utilize to be the better community members. Young people are the most important asset in our society. But what kind of young people are those? Those would be young people committed, no matter the adversities, to building and developing themselves and their peers. These would be young people clearly focused on the kind of future they want and work towards its attainment. This country, and our province in particular, needs young people that are able to stand firm and pursue what they believe in. Not people who will be told what they must do, but they have to do what they believe it can help this province and our country. I hope that as you deliberate on matters that directly affects you as young people, you will do so with an aim of finding solutions. You won't just be deliberating on issues, not finding solutions, because it will be the solutions which will be our roadmap going to your future. We are gathered today, Madam Speaker, here in Cool Air Hall under Umshwati Municipality, under a very strange condition, the COVID-19 pandemic, which has forced us to behave and act in a certain way. And that is what we have to do in order to save lives and adapt to the new normal. The pandemic has not only confined us into our little spaces, but it has even taken away few jobs opportunities that we had. Many people lost jobs, adding to the very growing number of unemployed people in our province and the country at large. As I welcome you to Umshwati Municipality, I do so with the hope that you will be able to deliberate and honestly engage other on how should the transformation of our society should happen, and on those terms, and whose terms it should happen. What should be the role of young people in this transformation what should be the role of young people in transformation of our society? I think this is a question that should preoccupy your minds as you are navigating your way to a better life or better future. Honorable Speaker, with those few words, as I said, that I won't be taking much of your time, I welcome you at Umshwati, hoping that your stay in this small town will be a fruitful one. Decision which will be taken today, it won't be a decision just of a box ticking, but it will be a decision which will be easily implemented. And these young people who are before us today will say in 2021, I was part of the Youth Parliament, which was held at Umshwati. Here are the results of what transpired in that commission. On those words, Madam Speaker, Honorable Premier, I welcome you all in Umshwati Municipality. I thank you.
Sibonge, His Worship the Mayor of Umshwati. Usesamukelileke sesingakhululeka ukube bekusehlobo ngabe sithi abantu bangawakhumula amabhantshi manje kuyabanda. Siyabonga kakhulu Honorable Mayor ukusamukela kumasipala waseMshwathi. Ngicela ukumema Her Worship the Mayor of Umgungundlovu District Municipality, umama ukhansela uthi imazi maphumulo ukuba azosipha i-message of support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Program Director, Mama Upumzile Mbatha-Cele, and greetings to our Premier of the province, Ubaba Sihle Zikalala, our Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Honorable No Ntobeko Boys, Sokhaya Baba Zondi, siyabonga ukuthi usamukele sila ngokukhethekileleyo youth yethu of parliament and all those youth members who are connected to listen what is our Premier is going to deliver to us and our Speaker going to deliver to us. The media houses who are also present here, thank you very much. My colleagues out there, I know that they are connected, mayors, councillors who are connected. I'm greeting you all this morning. Thank you very much for inviting us to speak to this big occasion of our youth as Umgungundlovu district, and also to choose one of our municipality, Umshwati, to host this big event of our youth. No one active in politics is satisfied with the status quo. We all want to see change. Although we might disagree as to what needs to change and the policies necessary to achieve it. It's the work that needs to work by all of us. There are many people who will find such activity bizarre. I'm sure you have friends who cannot understand why you are bothering, who will tell you that politics changes nothing and that all politicians are the same. They may also say some others very uncomplimentary with things. However, it is important to understand firm on what you believe is necessary in order to improve the lives of our people. The trust of the matter is that the freedom and democracy we enjoy today come about as a result of sacrifice by many revolutionaries who were beaten and killed by the apartheid forces. The fighting against the cruel and discriminatory apartheid system, that is the history we cannot forget, a history that should keep inspiring us to do more for our people. Ngiyafisa nje ukuthi ngithi kuningi okwenzeka empilweni zethu, and our grannies and our grandfathers, they need to begin to relate some of these things that were happening to us, because some of our youth don't understand those things. So nje Youth Day, ngiyabacela nabantu abadala to play a role ukuthi ba share what happened, ukuthi manibona nila kule democracy enikuyona. It's not that nje besikade siflya nje senza yonke le yanto, but kunegazi elachitheka, kunabantu aba sacrifice impilo zabo cause befuna ukuthi basibone sikulesi simo esikusona namhlanje. So when we go back to our homes, we need to ask our grandmothers and grandfathers ukuthi hayi gogo mkhulu awungitshela ukuthi kwakwenzakalani ngesikhathi esidala, so that you can be able to shape your life and shape your democracy ngendlela ethi siphumaphi, where do we come from, njengoba sesila sifuna ukuyaphi. It is in that context that you as young people, you must be assisted to understand the important role that you have to play, not only to protect our democracy, but to continuously improve it until all our people benefit from it. Sinikeza nina zonke intambo. Upremier njobe hleli lana kusasa akazoba upremier, but uma ningenzi kahle asizubathola opremier abanye uma ngabe ninga understand ukuthi yini le esibhekene nayo. One lesson that has to be learned from the youth of 1976 is that they did not wait for adults to deal on their behalf with issues that affected them, which was education in this particular case. They stood up and fought the system themselves. In other words, the lesson still relevant even today is that young people must not wait to be spoon-fed. Khona bathi ngeke asiwuthola umsebenzi, asazi ukuthi sizokwenza njani, asingalindi ukuthi size sifidwe, asiqale senze, then bazofika sebesilekelela. On issues that affects them and their future, they need to stand up. You, as the youth parliament, you are the leadership. You have chosen that path. Therefore, be resistant. Do it with zeal. The efforts that you are making are an investment to the future of this country. We need to do more in our schools and elsewhere to demonstrate the importance of democracy. Students need to understand how democracy works. They need to understand that nurturing democracy is not burning down resources. It is not about destroying library because you need a laboratory. As we are here, we need to go out to our communities, to our universities, all the institutions, and preach the gospel of saying you cannot destroy the resources or government asezenzile just because wena ufuna ukuthi kwenzekeni. So it's the task that as youth in parliament, you need to go out and preach to our institutions out there. We cannot expect young people to emerge from education as active citizens if they have to understand and experience of what participation means. So for me, ngifuna nje ukuthi sikhonela la sonke as abantu abadala ukuthi sisebenzisane nani but ngeke size sisho ukuthi yenzanini, but tina will be there to guide and assist you kuko konke enifisa ukuthi nikwenze. And you are fortunate ukuthi nibe no government ofana nalo, and you are fortunate ukuthi nilidwe abantu abayi youth njengani abakwaziyo ukushare ama ideas enu so that nikwazi ukwenza into engcono out there. So with those words, youth, we thank you for your commitment to the cause of improving the lives of our South Africans. May God bless you and give you power to go out and work hard, because amongst you, we are expecting to see presidents, we are expecting to see premiers, we are expecting to see mayors, and also engineers out there. So may God bless you, and I hope that you will go back and drive the process of development to our communities. I thank you.
Sibonge kakhulu amazwi sesiwatholile kumeya wethu, nanokuthi nje asikhumbuze ukuthi njengoba singabantu abasha sihlezi la ngo-2021 sisukaphi, sikhumbula abantu abasha bango-1976. Kuyaye kuthiwe ke amazwi aqhamuka kubantu abadala kuyaye kufuneke singawabukeli phansi, ngoba nabo basuke sebeyihambile leyo ndlela thina isikhathi sihamba njengamanje. Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor. Kakhulu siyabonga. Delegates, asamukeleke our Honorable Speaker of KZN Legislature, Honorable N.N. Boise, to come forward and give us background and purpose of the Youth Parliament. Honorable Speaker.
Program Director, Honorable Mbatacele, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mtembo, on the virtual platform, the Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Zigalala Kuzeni, members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip of the Legislature, the Chair of Committees and the Deputy Chair of Committees, the Leader of the Official Opposition, the members of the Legislature, the party whips that are here with us, and the leader of the DA on behalf of the DA caucus with us, the Honorable Mayor of the District of Umgungundlovu, Indlunkulu yesizwe sakwaMaphumulo, the Honorable Mayor of Umshwati, uyathu Deputy Chief Whip, unomngani owumngani kaNkulunkulu. The Honorable, His Worship Councillor, God's friend, Zondi. Officials of the Legislature led by the Secretary, Ms. Naidu, heads of government departments and the entities, guests that will be presenting to us, members of the media, delegates to this parliament, viewers at home, ndicela ukubulisa. I want to first confirm that, Honorable Premier, as I'm sitting here, I've noticed that some delegates have become comfortable and their masks have taken something that might put us in conflict with you, sir. I am just calling upon them to correct that. But I continue, Honorable Premier, to ensure that I look at the numbers, the secretary sitting at the back, to ensure that we will be strictly according to regulation. For that, we must thank the commitment that we got from youth formations and parties, whips of parties in the legislature and leaders of caucuses when we had to cut numbers following the announcement on the 15th of June. Honorable Premier and delegates, Program Director, it is my honor to get an opportunity to open this hybrid youth parliament of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature. In terms of Section 118 of the Constitution, we are mandated to promote public involvement through all legislative processes. Therefore, the legislature annually creates a platform to engage with various sectors of the society with the aim of identifying issues that affect them. As we know that June is a month dedicated to the celebration and the commemoration of the historical significant role played by the young people in the liberation of our country, especially the young people of the 1976 and the 80s. A day where the country reflects on what happened back in 1976. So we had to gather today differently in this hybrid fashion, no longer using the 2 days we used to have, but in adherence to the lockdown regulations, we have to cut down both the numbers and also the number of days. When we met last year for the 2020 chapter, we also had to go fully virtual due to the country being placed in hard lockdown then. But regardless of those conditions, youth formations that are party to our legislature managed to craft resolutions that were aimed at positioning the youth to be at the center of the economic recovery post-COVID-19. Further to that, the young people in 2020 became part of the outreach in Herikwala region, where we distributed PPE and sanitary products to the youth and the public in all the local municipalities there. This was in symbolism of the now future that must and will be led by the young. Again this morning, with youth formations, we started at Martin Ngumalo Secondary School, where we were also on an outreach to deserving learners, and it was a success. All parties ensured that they become part of that, led by the youth formations that are delegates in this youth parliament. Program Director, while the youth of 1976 fought an oppressive regime, young people of South Africa in 2021 have been called upon to fight a different war, a much more silent war, which is the COVID-19 pandemic. Young people are called to fight the spread of COVID-19 and help rebuild the society by participating in debates and strategies that will fight and determine a new future. We need young people to use their energy to rebuild the world and rebuild South Africa. And we also need them to ensure that we survive this deadly pandemic and take charge of the future. We know that young people can become agents of change in social circles and communities to assist our country to fight any predicament that it might find against, no less the coronavirus. We are saying to the young people of 2021, let your actions speak louder than our words. by adhering to all health protocols and regulations put in place, including practicing social distancing, following good hygiene habits, wearing masks, adhering to curfew, and avoiding gatherings. We know that young people have been doing this, but we are calling upon them to continue, ensuring that despite the unwavering war waged by COVID-19 to the world as we know it, the youth is the future. Understanding that the youth is the future, we also understand that the Youth Month offers us as the legislature an opportunity to drink from the well of wisdom that is our future leadership, the youth of our province, through this platform of engagement. We are aware of the effects of COVID-19 on all society, and we are aware of its effects on the youth, and therefore depend on the visionary leadership of the young of today for a future that is not bleak, but a future that is free of disease, and a future that is prepared to face any pandemic that may come. This 2021 Hybrid Youth Parliament is held under the theme, I quote, "The Year of Charlotte Manya Maxeke, Growing Youth Employment for an Inclusive and Transformed Society." The theme talks of the role of government, of the role that government plays in helping draw more young people into the economy and the impact youth can have in the future of South Africa. Government has, under the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, initiated various youth development and empowerment initiatives to support young people. But also the Office of the Premier in the KwaZulu-Natal province has also initiated programs that are aimed at developing young people, especially those that want to start up in entrepreneurship. We acknowledge that as a legislature, and we also understand that government's initiatives provide the necessary support for young people to take on their challenges and win. But the actual taking on will come from the young people. It is young people that must stand up, take part in changing the narrative that we are currently faced in terms of the socio-economic trajectory. South Africa, like the rest of the world, is having a very youthful nation. But coupled with that, we know that the recent unemployment statistics are showing a high unemployment rate for young people. The 2020 fourth quarter labor force survey found out about 8.6 million young people aged between 15 and 34 are not in education and not in employment. This then calls upon the delegates gathered here to avoid rhetoric and directionless politicking, but instead focusing on what should be done to place our country on a truly developmental trajectory. 45 years later, the future of this country is again in the hands of the youth to steer us to the ultimate conclusion of our struggle. That youth is represented by the delegates here, but that youth is represented by the unemployed at home, the unemployable at home. But it is also represented by those that have been excluded in financial assistance to pursue their studies in tertiary institutions. That youth need to find a solution. That solution must come from the youth formations that are representing them today. You are responsible as today's youth formation representatives for the advancement of this country and for the ideals of all young people, especially those of our province. We need to have a united voice and action of young people to take us to the future that the class of 1976 dreamt of and dared to fight for. We need the youth of 2021 to unlock its potential and build an economy that will be developmental, create employment, eradicate poverty, and transform our society. You, the youth of 2021, are our biggest resource, and your creative minds and immense energy must be utilized to change and reimagine South Africa so that we attain the sustainable, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous South Africa. You must help us as a nation harness the digital revolution and innovation witnessed during this pandemic as a catalyst for post-COVID-19 economic revival, and which is key in creation of jobs for our youth. As we are here today to commemorate the spirit of the young of South Africa, we must remember that you are also in a scary position, in an uncertain world because of COVID-19. But then you are still facing an economy that is not yet out of the woods. So we call upon you as the youth of 2021 to face the different challenges that you are having, as mentioned above. But that also includes socio-economic deprivation, include gender-based violence and femicide, hate crimes, homophobia, and substance abuse. The killing of women and children is posing a great threat to the very foundations of what we hold ideal as a nation. I believe that if we want to have a future and believe that there is a future, we cannot have that future guaranteed for as long as we are still having many of us being killed randomly. The demon of discrimination is still live, and it is manifesting itself in many different forms, including homophobia and the hate crimes that is currently taking place in our province. And this is a threat to young people. In terms of young people being killed because there is no tolerance, especially for those that are queer persons, we're still finding that they are being raped and killed, all in the name of being corrected for their sexuality, whilst the Constitution of South Africa allows all of us. As we are gathered here today, I am reminded that on the Sunday, the 13th of June, we awoke to the news of the killing of Anele Bengu from KwaMakuta, who was a 22-year-old choir person who was found raped and stabbed to death, a gruesome killing. But we also acknowledge that the person that has been arrested as a perpetrator was also a young person. That is not the future that we are requiring. We are requiring the energies of the young people to be brought together, to unite, but also to rebuild South Africa. Especially during this youth month, which is also known as International Pride Month, I want to call upon all of you young people to build a future that is free of any form of discrimination, no less homophobia and hate crimes. Program Director, the Freedom Charter pronounced under its board principle, the people shall govern, that all shall be entitled to take part in the administration of the country. And this was set by our forebears as a feature amongst many others, defining the true freedom as an outcome of what they were fighting for. It is therefore in this regard that our democratic constitution instructs us as the provincial legislature to facilitate public involvement in the legislative and other processes of the legislature and our own committees. Youth Parliament is therefore convened in that regard. To the delegates for availing themselves to be part of this hybrid sitting, I hope it is informed by the burning desire to participate and to play a meaningful role in deepening democracy while changing the lives of many others for the better. The platform of Youth Parliament must be used to define that what you as the young people want to see happening in the country, that you will lead. Youth participation here will remain a talk show for as long as you do not also actively participate in lawmaking. Through your presence and submissions during consultation on bills, constitutional amendments, and also it will be a talk show, delegates, for as long as your parties in this legislature do not have a fair representation of youth in its members. I am saying this because we are having a legislature of 80 members. Out of that 80, 5% is young people. And you know, ukuthi ngubani u5% of 80. And I must say, Honorable Premier, that even that 5% is drawn from only 2 parties. Count yourselves, how many parties are you here? It means that some of your parties are actually 100% lacking of youth representation. The making of the laws, therefore, does not start when we come to the legislature. It starts where you say you are leading. When you send people to the legislature to represent your parties, you must know that those people are going to determine the future. Your future. Ngisho ke ngoba nami ngiumuntu omdala. Abanye ngiyazi ukuthi ngiumama kubona, abanye ngiu-auntie, abanye ngiugogo. But it's a fact, your parties must reflect that what is the future. You must not only come and speak here, but when you go home to your parties, you do not infuse the energy, the new ideas into the representation that will come here. I know that most of the time you go back and you blame the youth for the decisions that they make. I think at some point in time, we all need to take responsibility for the decisions that we make, starting with the young people. Program director and delegates, I want to also inform all of us that today we will also receive representations from government as per agreement with your representatives at the preparation. And we will also have the Premier addressing us with responses on implementation of previous year's resolutions. And we will also allow for comments and questions from the public, which will be posted through our various communication platforms. And then we will have that dialogue where all of you, through your various parties, will get an opportunity to speak about how you want to define the program of youth development in the province of KwaZulu-Natal from now until the next chapter, which will be 2022. I know that sometimes in the youth parliament you find tensions. I hope that today we will not have any tensions, but I hope that today will be a festival of ideas that will come from young people, defining the future that they want to inherit. I therefore wish you well in your deliberations and hope that the young people of our province, after the conclusion of this youth parliament, they will reflect on its proceedings and resolutions and thereafter say, yes, it was indeed worth it and the future of our province is in good hands. That they will only say, depending on the resolutions that you are going to take today. Program Director, ndicela ukuthatha ithuba lokubulela ukundivumela ukuthi sizoyivula ngokusesikweni sibe sesinqwenelela zonke izithunywa ezikhona ukuthi zihambe kakuhle neparlamente yabo benze ukuthi imibono yolutsha ibe mitsha ukuze sibe nekusasa eliqaqambileyo. Ndiyabulela.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sibonga kakhulu. Delegates, simzwile uSpeaker ukuthi you are not here to be ordinary visitors, but you are here to represent the interest of young people of KwaZulu-Natal. Kuma challenges enibhekane nawo kumele noma kanjani siphume nazo exazululo. So kuzobaleka ukuthi makufika isikhathi sokuthi niparticipate nikhulume nilisebenzise lelo thuba njengabantu abasha bakwaZulu-Natal. Before we continue, let me acknowledge the presence of our Deputy Chief Whip, osesijoyinile, Honorable VP Kaluza. Siyakwamukela Deputy Chief Whip. Virtually, kukhona o-MEC esinabo, sino MEC Dube Ncube okwa-Treasury, sibe no MEC uPhile okwa-Economic Development and Tourism, sibe no MEC NP Nkonyeni okwa-Community Safety and Transport, kube no MEC Nkoza o MEC waka Social Development, sibe no MEC Smelane Zulu o MEC waka Health, no MEC UK Mshengu o MEC waka Education, basijoyine virtually, singadideki sithi where are the MECs? They are with us. It's only that they've joined us virtually. As we agreed that we need to limit the numbers inside the hall. Without wasting time, I would like to request you delegates, ladies and gentlemen, ukuthi si invite our Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal Province to give us the responses to 2020 Youth Parliament resolutions and presentations of the KZN Youth Development Strategy. Honorable Premier, you are welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director, the Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Honorable N.N. Boyce, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mthembu, the Deputy Chairperson of Committees, Honorable Zungu, the Chairperson of Quality of Life Committee, who is the Program Director of this session, Honorable Mbataqele, Chairperson of Public of Triple P, RZP Zulu. I was taught yesterday how it is pronounced. You don't just say RZP, you say RZP. Deputy Chief Whip of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Kaluza, the Chief Whip or the Whip of the IFP, Honorable Kunene, the leader of the opposition, Honorable Rogers, the ANC Whip, Honorable Mavuso, the Whip of Minorities, Honorable Mlochwa, all MECs who are connected, who are with us, the Mayor of the District of Mkungundlovu, Mayor Maphumulo Ndlunkulu, the Mayor of Umshwati Local Municipality, Mayor Nondaba Zondi, the delegates representing all youth formations who are here with us and those who are connected, compatriots, ladies and gentlemen, let me start on preliminaries before I speak. I know young people are always youthful. They explore. So when you talk to them, they are always busy chatting and all of that. I'm just noting that they explore even when they are in a session. They are busy. But I want to comment that I can see that some of you are writing, and I want to commend that seriousness. The second is wearing of mask. The mask must cover the nose and the mouth. So I'm just saying this as the old brother or the father to you, given the fact that we're meeting at a difficult and different time in history. Compatriots, 2 days ago, here in KwaZulu-Natal, we were deeply honored to host this year's National Youth Day in the capital city of Pietermaritzburg, which was virtually addressed by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa under the theme 2021, and the theme of this year was the year of Charlotte Manyamaklege, growing youth employment for an inclusive economy and transformed society. 45 years ago, the young people of Soweto and other townships took it to the street to protest against the unjust and evil laws of apartheid, for their freedom from oppression. The youth of the time were prepared to sacrifice everything so that they could be treated as human beings. Since that historic march, so much has happened to change the lives of the people of South Africa. Each time we remember this significant day in our history, it is also therefore to honor the young people whose blood was shed during that clash with the police and who became the known and unknown martyrs of our revolution. Among these, in this 1976 generation, were Khotso Siatlolo, Hector Peterson, Tsietsi Mashinini, Mafrim Morobe, Lindiwe Zulu, Sibongile Mkhabela, Ayanda Dlodlo, Seth Mazibuko, Sifiso Buthelezi, and many others. So on June 16 each year, we pay tribute to these brave warriors who played one of the most defining roles in our response to apartheid. This is a generation that awoke and confronted the apartheid regime with stones. This is a generation that embraced militancy of our communities across the country against the apartheid system that was threatening them and overrunning their lives. We also honor all young people who, following the 1976 June 16 uprising, left our country, flee into exile, filled the ranks of the military wings of our glorious movements around the world, and returned to face the enemy in several military encounters. Were it not for this generation, the generation of the 80s and the generation of the 90s, we would have not successfully responded to the call by Oliver Tambo to make South Africa ungovernable and the apartheid system unworkable. We would have not seen the end of apartheid. The apartheid as a system was a crime against humanity. Honorable Speaker and distinguished delegates, the 45th anniversary of June 16 should have been a major event, but unfortunately, we face COVID-19 pandemic, which, like the apartheid virus, continues to threaten normal life as we know it. As the President indicated a few days ago, when he announced that the country would be moving into alert level 3, the pandemic remains real. It is a reality. We cannot ignore that our country is now recording at least 7,500 average daily infection. And yesterday alone, our country reached more than 11,000 new infections. And that tells you of the challenge we face. Hospital admissions due to COVID-19 are said to be no less than 59% higher than the preceding two weeks. The average number of people who die from COVID-19 each day has increased by at least 48% in the past 7 days. In KwaZulu-Natal, we're also experiencing a growing and a worrying proportion of positive COVID tests. We therefore join the President's call to remind that the virus is still here with us and that it is transmitted through human contact. When this contact is limited, the spread is slowed down. When there is no contact, the virus is unable to move and it will eventually die. Even though we've started with our vaccination program, maintaining social distance, wearing masks, washing hands regularly with water and soap, or sanitizing are the major weapons we have against this pandemic. So, I would want to encourage you, continue to sanitize, continue to wear masks, embrace social distancing, avoid overcrowded places. When we slept a day before yesterday, we slept having received the sad news of the passing on of Mr. Jabu Mabuza, one of the very successful business men of South Africa, we want to say it is not because he was reckless, but COVID-19 is with us. So COVID-19 knows no age, no gender, no status, no location. And therefore, let us embrace all non-pharmaceutical preventative measures that have been put in place. Yesterday, we also received the news of the passing on of former President of Zambia, President Kenneth Kaunda, who hosted, among others, many cadres and South Africans who were fighting for freedom. May I request that we stand up and observe a moment of silence in their respect. Let's observe a moment of silence. May the souls of our departed compatriots rest in peace. Thank you. Sikhumbula bonke labo abasishiyile nalabo abasishiye ngesikhathi se-COVID-19 nalabaholi abaye basishiya kusukela kuThangi ubaba uMabuza no-President uKhaunda. Ngesikhathi ngibingelela la angiyibonanga ingwevu ukuthi awuzikhona nazo. So ngiyafisa ukubingelela Phephetha baba uGwala, baba uXulu nabo bonke abanye abakhona ngiyafisa ukunibingelela ngokusithoba. Sengiphendulileke kulo liyadaba lwayizolo ukuthi babelwaphi labaya. Ngalenyanga yentsha sikhumbula wonke amaqhawe alwa elwela inkululeko. Kodwa thina esiphilayo namuhla kumele sizazi ukuthi nathi kumele kube negalelo esilifakayo. Leli galelo lisho ukuthi masidlala iqhaza ekwakhiweni kwesizwe ngendlela esingadlala ngayo nala sisuke sikhona. Honorable Speaker, enye yeinsalelo esibhekene nazo njengeprovince nelizwe liphelele izinga eliphezulu lobugebengu. Leli zinga lithunaza intando yeningi esinalo lobugebengu bubukela phansi inhlalakahle yabantu bakithi. Yingakho sithi kwakha isizwe esibumbene nesizwe esikhululekile sonke masibambe iqhaza ekulweni nalesi sihlava. Enye yama-pandemic esibhekene nayo yileyo ye-gender based violence and femicide. Kumele siqinisekise ukuthi silwisana nalesi sihlava nanoma phi nanoma nini. Ngiyafisa ukulandela usomlomo okamahubela ekutheni njengeprovince yaKwaZulu Natal sibona kuyinto eyihlazo ukubulawa kuka-Anele Bhengu kwaMakhutha kuleli sonto ezivela kulo. Nakuba sibonga ukuthi amaphoyisa akwazile ukubabamba benzi bokubi, kodwa kubalulekile ukuthi sifundisane ngokuhlalisana nangokuhlala kahle. Sisesikhathini la kudinga sihloniphe ukuthi umuntu umuntu futhi unelungelo lokuzikhethela ukuthi uphila kanjani. Abantu abathandana nobulili obufanayo bangabantu nabo. Lokhu okubhekiswe kubo namuhla yilokhu esakubona kubhekiswa kwabaningi ngesikhathi kuvela igciwane le-HIV and AIDS. And therefore ukuhlukunyezwa kwabantu ngenxa yezici ezithize kumele sibhekane nakho sikuqede. Honorable Speaker, on this 45th anniversary of the youth uprising, we're pleased to unveil the Provincial Integrated Youth Development Strategy for 2021 to 2025. This youth strategy, which has been adopted by the Provincial Executive Council, lays the foundation for young people to take their rightful place in the society and in the economy of our country. The Integrated Youth Development Strategy is a roadmap for engaging the youth to take their rightful place in initiatives that seek to transform the province into a prosperous and a thriving one. Through this strategy, we intend to foster synergies and integration among key stakeholders so that we advance youth development and empowerment in the province. We call on the youth to rise and play their role to help drive economic reconstruction and transformation plan. The strategy focuses on youth groups such as characterized by the National Youth Policy, and our strategy targets in a main unemployed youth, young women, youth with disabilities, school-age out of school youth, youth in rural areas, youth at risk, youth heading household, youth in conflict with the law, and youth who abuse substances such as drugs and alcohol. The focus of the strategy is on quality education, skills, and second chances. And when we say second chances, we mean two things to young people. Firstly, we mean that those who are not succeeding in education, such as matric, they be given another chance to write so that they eventually pass. But we also mean that those who have graduated with qualifications that does not open doors for employment, they easily get retrained so that eventually they will be able to be absorbed by the economy. When you look on the unemployment situation in South Africa, I'm sure we will all agree that it is not just only a seasonal unemployment, but it is structural. And if it is structural, it means what is produced by the academic or by the institutions of higher learning is not necessarily what is required by the industry in South Africa. So we should align that. The second focus is on economic transformation, entrepreneurship, and job creation. We are valuing this point to ensure that young people get exposed to business and get supported, mentored, and access the market. We are also doing so because it is proven that small and micro enterprises have a potential to create more jobs than big conglomerates. Physical and mental health promotion is the third focal area of this pandemic, of this strategy, including fighting pandemics. Now, this is one of the things we would want to encourage young people to embrace: physical and mental health promotion. And this is about livelihood and how you live, you conduct yourself. And health promotion, part of it, include not depending on medical assistance, but healthy lifestyle should be the daily activities among the youth in particular. The fourth area is social cohesion and nation building. And Honorable Speaker, this is more relevant in this House, and I'm sure many of us who are in the legislature will emphasize this point. If we talk about social cohesion and nation building, we mean there must be stability in our areas, in our communities. There must be integration. Now, if you look on the composition of this August House, the Youth Parliament of 2021, it's quite good. It is reflective of young people, but it is short of one element: racial inclusivity. And I think we must take that note, because we are a society that is building itself toward a truly national democratic society built on non-racialism, non-sexism, prosperous and united. So I think from organizations that have sent delegates, we do need to emphasize racial inclusivity. Effective and responsive youth development machinery is the fifth and the last pillar of this strategy. And we want to have youth development machinery institutionalized in all departments and in all municipalities. So institutionalization of youth development is key in our government. Now, these are key focal areas of the youth strategy that we believe have been consulted with you, but I've taken time to take you through these areas so that you will understand what our government is doing for you as young people. But we're not doing it for you, we're doing it based on consultation we have held with youth organizations and on input we have received from yourself. Uzoyithola kanjani uhlele khoneni is still relevant. Kulabo abayi-isolatayo bacabanga ukuthi bazohlala bodwa, ngeke ukwazi ukucontributor, but uma ukwazi ukuparticipate ey'ntweni ey'fana nalezi, uzokwazi ukucontribute ekutheni ikusasa lezwe lethu liye phambili. And I also still today believe in that nothing for us without us. And as we present this strategy, we present it to you because you must enrich its implementation plan. And I believe that what will emerge here in a form of resolutions will thus help us to achieve a seamless implementation of this strategy. Honorable Speaker, fellow compatriots, aligned to this strategy is also a need to empower the youth. As KwaZulu-Natal government, we've been working hard to ensure that young people are empowered and are supported to get into economic mainstream. In 2018-2019, we launched the KZN Youth Business Development Fund. We launched it with the seed funding of 70 million, and it benefited about 61 entities that are led by young people. Before the end of June this year, we will have a dedicated session with all those who benefited from this youth fund to check their progress, the success they are scoring in their businesses, the challenges they are facing, so that as government we will be able to intervene, unlock challenges, address issues that hinders prosperity. And therefore, we would want to see more of the youth becoming entrepreneurs. It is because of that reason that we've also resolved that entrepreneurship should be mainstream and integrated into our education system. So, when young people are studying at school, especially when they begin the secondary education, they must be engaged on entrepreneurship. But more than what I've said about the Youth Business Development Fund, we want to confirm even today that that since we launched that fund with 70 million, we have again reserved another 50 million for this financial year. And therefore, young people should start applying right now. Honorable Speaker, in KwaZulu-Natal, we took a decision that we will not theorize radical economic transformation, but we will seek to ensure that we put in place legal means and systems that will ensure that radical socio-economic transformation is implemented. We started a program called Operation Vula, and Operation Vula was about ensuring that SMMEs are supported through ensuring that they get funding. And after getting funding, they will then be mentored. After being mentored, they will then be linked with sustainable market, especially the market that comes from government. After that, they will be assisted also to grow so that they are able to supply South Africa and even export, taking the advantage of the Africa Free Trade area. In doing so, we identify sectors that government always source. And we said, for these sectors, we will ensure that they are designated so that we source from SMMEs. But we took note that most of the small and micro enterprises are having a problem of the startup capital and cannot get support from our financial banks. Through the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, we launched the Operation Vula Fund. Operation Vula Fund is a fund that provides grants up to 2 million for SMMEs that are involved in economic activities that provide sustainable jobs. This is not about events, it is about providing sustainable jobs. And for this year, the financial year that is closing, we launched this fund, and it is capitalized from the fund. About 297 million have been approved for the SMMEs. We are going to ensure that the SMMEs who applied are assisted. We received 4,229 applications, and of these applications, by the end of 13 March, 1,018 were approved to have this grant. And therefore, we want to be clear that our government is committed in supporting SMMEs. We were going to call all of the SMMEs together and launch this program. We were saying also we would want to launch it with the participation of the Premier's Portfolio Committee and the Portfolio Committee of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. However, due to COVID-19, we can't be now together. We will be launching this fund next week, Tuesday, in Pietermaritzburg, and we believe this will be done in a manner that is sustainable and which will take the people of KwaZulu-Natal forward. We have also engaged commercial banks to provide soft loans to SMMEs, and we are grateful of the partnership we have struck with ABSA to add with loans on the grant we provide. So if you come to ATIA, you get this grant, but it is not sufficient. You still have a leverage through government program to go to ABSA and borrow a soft loan so that your business will be sustainable. We want to thank the collaboration that we are making with private sector companies that are beginning to support the Black Industrialist Program in South Africa. As part of ensuring access to information, KwaZulu-Natal will be rolling out the broadband connection and ensure digital transformation. Public hotspots, taxi rank schools, health facilities are targeted for this rollout. We are determined to install 20,500 spots of Wi-Fi throughout KwaZulu-Natal. This will equally create jobs for SMMEs, and we believe that not less than 500 SMMEs will benefit from this. The sites that have already been connected are about 142. We will then go straight to ensure that this is rolled out throughout KwaZulu-Natal. Equally, agriculture is one of the sectors that provide sustainable economic opportunities. Distinguished delegates, we commenced and announced during the State of the Province address that as the government, we are going to embark on agricultural graduate placement program. 300 unemployed graduates were placed on farms in the past financial year, and we will continue to ensure that those who graduate in agriculture are supported. They can be supported through the placement program, but they can be supported equally through starting their own farming initiatives. Honorable Speaker, I'm inspired to report of what I heard in the media. Ngilalele ukhozi ngezwa omunye wabafowethu abancane ngikholwa ukuthi bathi igama umhlengi indawo usuka kwamaphumulo. How he entered kwi-agriculture eqala njengomhlaba wakubo wasebenzela kuwo, kodwa namuhla usengomunye wosomabhizinisi abakulomkhakha wozolimo abakwaziyo ukuthi sirifeye kubo uma sikhuluma ngabantu abathuthukayo nokudinga abasupportwe kakhulu. Kulokho onakho sebenzela kukho ukwakha intuthuko nokungena emnothweni. Honorable Speaker, I will not be doing justice if I don't present the progress report on resolutions taken in the Youth Parliament of 2020. I would have loved to reflect in detail, give the full account, but allow me to prioritize at least 9 key resolutions that were taken in the last year's Youth Parliament. The first resolution was the lack of jobs, job opportunity and high unemployment. And the resolution called for scrapping of the requirement of experience for the entry-level post. In this regard, we wish to assure this Parliament that the entire provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal is now fully compliant with the Department of Public Service circular, which was issued on the 1st of April. The circular stipulates that all entry-level posts should not be required to have work experience before they are employed. And therefore, on an entry level in government now, you don't have to produce a particular experience and say you have an experience on 1, 2, 3. When this was presented during the 2019 general elections, presented to us by the ANC Youth League, we took it up, explored it, and now it is a policy of government. And we want to commend young people for that. Today we can employ in all departments at an entry level without the requirement of experience. Ungalishaya izandla nawe mfoka kunene. Ayikho inkinga ekushayeni izandla. Ngokunjalo mphephetha. Honorable Speaker, the Youth Parliament resolved that a bill must be initiated that will ensure that at least 40% of public service posts are filled by the youth. While we cannot do this as on our own, but we have already engaged with the Department of Employment and Labor that calls to ensure that this bill is promulgated. It is therefore important that we understand the need of the youth. But on the other side, as part of cost-curtailing measures, we know of the initiative by the government to encourage those who are older to take package and retirement so that we'll be able to create jobs at a lower level and absorb young people. It was also resolved that government must prioritize South Africans in the employment opportunities and protect jobs for South Africans. We wish to report to this sitting that the recruitment policy and selection indeed in line with Section 10 of the Public Service Act, which requires that a person to be appointed should be a citizen first. The only exception is in the circumstance where a foreign national could be considered as having scarce skills or has an official permit to be in the country. With regard to this resolution, we have also moved to engage with companies that are in private sector to prioritize employing people of our own country. The second resolution was on procurement process that it must favor the youth. And in this regard, through the National Youth Policy, which was approved in October last year, we have set aside 30% of procurement, that the procurement spend of 30% must go to the youth. The third resolution was that the data cost in South Africa was high, and it is still high. And we wish to report that the Department of Communication and Digital Technology has been working in collaboration with regulatory agencies, in particular the ICASA and the Competition Commission, to ensure the reduction of data cost. And the work is still continuing, but I believe the progress is still, has been felt in this regard. Government have moved into a wireless environment where community access wireless connectivity through government buildings. And that is one way to curb the issue of data cost. Youth Parliament also resolved that government must incentivize the youth with data as it is necessary to all learners, especially the learners who are at tertiary level. And through the Department of Higher Education and Training, together with universities, they have concluded an agreement with South Africa's mobile network operators to support students with free Wi-Fi. The fourth resolution was to encourage businesses to be tax compliant, support and protect informal businesses. And in this regard, SARS continues to conduct community roadshows in partnership with other government departments and organizations to ensure compliance. Resolution 5, this resolution noted the slow progress in the implementation of youth-related issues across the province. In this regard, we want to report that we've augmented the Youth Directorate in the Premier's office. We are continuing with the establishment of Youth Directorate in all municipalities. We have taken this to a point where the Executive Council, the Provincial Cabinet, held a meeting with all youth officers as well as HODs in the province to elevate the issue of youth development in the province. The last year's Youth Parliament also noted the lack of funding for youth-owned businesses and called on government to increase the funding for youth-owned businesses. And I have alluded to this, that we've established the partnership with ABSA to provide financial support, but we are providing grants at least to a tune of not more than 2 million. Youth Parliament also called on government to separate COVID-19 relief fund for youth-owned businesses, and as the government, we've followed that and we have ensured that youth participate in the procurement spend that happened. And in our report, which we detail on the COVID-19 spend, we were able to be clear on how much was spent on youth-owned businesses. Another resolution was that government must decentralize youth funding offices and ensure accessibility to peri-urban and rural areas. Before doing this, as we go forward, because of resources, we cannot do everything at once, but I can report that we have been going through road shows to almost all districts, engaging the youth on how to access the Youth Business Fund. And in our online, in the website of the provincial government, the access forms are still available. Now, another resolution was to provide youth with entrepreneurial training, and I can report that through CETA, we have started working on non-financial support for all young entrepreneurs that have been supported by government. The Youth Parliament also resolved that government must train youth in the development of business plan. In this regard, the OTP, as the OTP, we have embarked on enterprise development roadshows which provide various skills to the youth, and these include mobile vehicles that we are using to go to the youth, train them on the issue of compilation of the business plans. Resolution 7 was dealing with the issue of the imminent peak of COVID-19 and its impact on education and I can report with certainty that the year 2020 didn't go down as the lost year in the academic sector. We managed to protect the education, especially in our basic education system. The 8th resolution was also on the impact of COVID-19 on small businesses, and I can report that we engage with the Department of Small Business Development to ensure that the small businesses are also supported with relief fund in this regard. Final resolution was Youth Parliament noted the negative effect of pandemic, which resulted in young people losing jobs and their businesses suffocating due to the lockdown. And with regard to this, Youth Parliament resolved that all government departments in the province must report on their interventions. We are also, in terms of our reporting here, among others, we know that COVID-19 have left many groups affected, especially the sectors such as manufacturing. And we are working with those that have been affected to ensure that we cushion them from the impact of COVID-19. I must apologize, Honorable Speaker. I've taken time unpacking the progress and the work we are doing. But I did so to illustrate that this platform is not just a talk show. Whatever emerged from the sectoral parliament is consolidated, processed, and implemented. And therefore, we should take stock of the work we've done, but be determined for the future. As Madiba said in 2008, and I quote, as we take stock of our accomplishment and shortcomings, we should not, by slightest of chance, lose sight of our once ambitious dreams for education, total economic participation, democracy, and freedom for all. The struggle for democracy has not been a matter pursued by one race, one class, one religious sector. It has been a struggle for all. As future leaders of this country, your challenge is to foster a nation in which all people, irrespective of their race, color, gender, religion, or creed, can assert social cohesion fully. Mindful of your own challenges, you must continue to promote the principle of relentless freedom and democracy, as it is the foundation upon which issues of human rights are ingrained, close quote. In this regard, and having presented this account to you, we call on the youth of our country to be the volunteers of change. Let us work together to build a country where nobody will go to bed hungry. Let us eliminate poverty. Let us eliminate gender-based and domestic violence. Let us unleash youth talent and ensure the integration of youth in the innovation, science, and in the economy of this country. With that, Honorable Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to thank you for offering us, Chairperson, for offering us this opportunity to present this report to this KZN 2021 Youth Parliament. I thank you.
Sibonge kakhulu kundunankulu wakithi kwaZulu Natal. Asimpheni elikhulu ihlombe. Siyafisa ke ukuthembisa ukuthi inkulumo kandunankulu sizokwenza isiqiniseko ukuthi siyayithumela kuona wonke ama youth formations. It might happen ukuthi awukwazanga ukuketch up yonke into. Sizokwenza isiqiniseko ukuthi siyanithumelela so that you'll be in the position ukuthi nibuke kahle seninonke mhlambe la niqhamuka ngakhona nikwazi ukuthi nibone ukuthi kuphi la eniyenza isiqiniseko sokuthi niyahlomula khona. Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. I'm not going to repeat what you have already said in this house. Ngiyafisa nje ukwamukela ama honorable members amabili asijoyinile, Honorable Xulu, Honorable Rogers. Other honorable members of the legislature are with us through virtual as isishilo ukuthi we are respecting ama regulations lockdown. Asizokwabiza wonke ke ngamagama maningi wonke nje amanye angekho la endlini aku virtual. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi youth parliament ka 2021 senze isiqiniseko ukuthi all young people of the province bayakwazi ukuzwa ukuthi lapha esikhona kwenzakalani. And I wish to confirm that young people of KwaZulu Natal are listening through social media. Some of them have communicated with us. Siyabonga. There will be time where sizovulela khona isikhathi sembuzo. But I would like to thank usamngelisiwe wase Ugu usendile wathi cha kukhona afisa ukuthi sik-addresse. Usabelo Sigudu usiphindile cele wase Thekwini during the time of answering questions. Honorable Speaker, because the number of questions bebecela ukuthi uSpeaker our address, so uSpeaker uzokwazi ukuthi our address. Thank you very much lapho nikhona nonke. Sesishaywe isikhathi sizocela ke ukuthi ama presenters ethu athathe exactly 10 minutes esivumelane ngawo. We are going to have 4 presenters or 4 presentations. Azothatha 10 minutes, 10 minutes. We'll start with a presentation from IEC and request Miss N. Masinga ukuthi enze i-presentation yakhe. Miss Masinga will do her presentation through virtual. I'm handing over to you, Ms. Masinga. Sorry ma'am. Sicela usivulele i-camera yakho asikuboni. No but asikuboni thina ngapha. Maybe u-IT akasilekelele. Okay ma'am, ungabu uqhubeka bazobe bezama ukuthi isithombe sakho sivele. Please conclude.
To implement 14 days after the publishing of the election results. This gives you an overview. What I will do, Chair, is that I will share the presentation with you so that you would have shared it with young people that are with us today so that they can educate themselves as well on the election framework. Now, there are things that I want to talk about that will emphasize young people. We have gone digital as the Electoral Commission on a number of our processes. You will realize that we are automating quite a few of our operations, beginning with the equipment and email platform that we have created on the IEC website. This will be exciting to young people to know that you actually now can apply to work either as a permanent staff member of the Electoral Commission or as a voting station staff to work on election day by just visiting our website as the Electoral Commission.
Thank you.
And registering a profile on
Thank you. Your time is up.
then ascertaining your qualifications and whatever other documents that you see.
Thank you.
And that's when you put on the platform to be able to apply for any
IT, please assist. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Could you please forward your presentation to our staff? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, IEC. The next presenter is Dr. R. Benis Shlakala. He's a Chief Director from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability nationally. I'm handing over to you, Dr. Shlakala. Dr. Shlakala will do his presentation visually.
This has actually placed additional demands on the government as a whole, as well as the entire people. And there are actually the impact or the negative impact of this pandemic on young people in particular. And we have seen that it has resulted in many young people losing jobs, not finding employment, and also facing increasing poverty as well as hunger. Over and above that, we also have the gender-based violence and femicide, which has also been exacerbated by this pandemic. To respond to all this, the department has analyzed its organizational environment, and we have made sure that we also structure our programs and services to respond to these challenges. We have got 3 divisions reporting directly to the accounting officer, the management, financial management, and corporate management division. But then, in addition to that, we also have got 4 programs reporting directly to the accounting officer. The first program is responsible for women, followed by the program that is responsible for youth, as well as the third program responsible for persons with disability. And then finally, we also have got a program that is responsible for transversal services or to ensure integration. One of the other things that we seek to address too is to also address the opinions or to listen to young people's opinions with regard to the overall direction in which our country is actually going. There are actually some of the top places where our young acknowledge that we have succeeded, but then there are areas where they are also saying that they are still critical challenges. Generally, they are saying that their quality of life has improved, the education standards are better. For example, there is free education in some areas. They have also acknowledged that the country is getting better. However, there is a need to focus on certain issues in order to achieve.
Please conclude. Please conclude, ma'am.
Okay. On the downside, they are saying that there are no work opportunities and that the crime levels are also high. And then I'm going to just go to two last slides, which actually talks about the programs which we are doing as a department. First, we have developed the national youth policies, and we are currently busy developing the MNP framework, and we are also busy developing a draft South African Youth Development Act. And then there are other action programs that are also in place, such as the 4IR Group Initiative, National Youth Resilience Initiative, as well as the professionalization of youth work initiative. There is international engagement programs that are also in place. And then finally, let me just zoom into the NYTA. With regard to the NYTA,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for quick response to our request. We know it was a short notice, but you managed to avail yourselves. Thank you very much. May I request that you forward your presentation to our staff? Thank you. The next presenter is MEC Honorable K.I. Mshengu from the Department of Education. Honorable MEC Naye Uvichwali. MEC, I'm handing over to you, 10 minutes.
and curriculum response to youth skills and innovation. Now, from this understanding, we also we are also guided here by the need to transform the classroom environment because that is where our activities are actually happening. Hence, we started by identifying the vision of the department to be an innovative hub for quality teaching and learning. And with that vision, therefore, our schools and all schools who are school and colleges are expected to accord with this innovative hub, which will try to the vision of our goals. Chair, the former Minister of Education, Colombia, once made very clear remarks that if you put a doctor in surgery, you will find that you basically get lost because a number of things have changed in medicine. But if you put a teacher from 100 years back into a class now, you will very quickly that have changed. And therefore, the teacher may well be able to coaching teaching, which is unrealistic. Now, it has been left to the responsibility of the department to try and do what you said, modernize the method of teaching and learning so that we accord with the demand of the present, but also what procedure to be the future progress of our learners. Now, under the program of modernizing way of teaching and learning, which we have since launched to what comes to course of primary school, we were basically change the whole classroom setup so that it accords with the demands of the present, but also accords with the vision of taking our schools in innovative hub of institutional learning. I'm just like to do the presentation here because of time. And I'm asking that we have had in transforming this classroom setup, why we have placed on top boards in all the classrooms and replaced them with white connecting boards. We've also provided connecting data projectors for all the classrooms, even indicators, all the indicators with the laptops, so that they now can start planning their lessons and delivering their lessons through the laptops. We also remember that I said the first thing that we did was to remove all the top boards and remove the white connecting boards in the classroom. So the teacher now is expected to go to a classroom with a laptop, connect to the data projector, and start delivering lessons using those collective whiteboards that they will install in our schools. But the teacher is also expected to turn the lessons online so that move gradually away from the hard textbooks, which can not only cost, but in terms of the information development in society, if we continue with hard textbooks, we are likely to a situation where we teach our learners doing something which was 2 years ago, but which has now become no longer to the level of 2 or 2 because of the development research that is taking place across the world. So we want to take us to expose to information, empower information days, and be able to adapt lesson tests with the level of information. So that is why we are saying we're now actually remove the textbooks, the articles, the basic intelligence, and that will be but it should also have what the media says for a computer, it has a classroom. A classroom and now this one, how possible possible for all the schools, depending on the budget, to share vision so it will turn.
MEC asisakuzwa ngapha. Sicela nilekelele lapha etafuleni. Cha, ngitshelwa ukuthi i-network ka-MEC ifreezile. They are trying to call him eceleni. In the meantime, may I request the next presenter to come forward, Ms. M. Mhlongo, DTG, from the Department of Social Development. DTG? Oh.
I would like to greet the program director and thank you very much for the opportunity. Mama Mbatha Cele. I would also like to greet our Honorable Mayor of Umshwati, Baba Uzondi, our Honorable Mayor from Gungundlovu District, Umam Mapumulo, our Honorable Speaker of the KZN Legislature, Umam Boys, all the MECs that are attending virtually, the Honorable Premier of the KwaZulu-Natal Province, Ubaba Uzikalala, all the HODs, the DDGs, the youth formations, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I will try to be quick in order to ensure that within the period of 10 minutes, one is done. The presentation that I will be presenting is in relation to the services that is rendered by the Department of Social Development to assist the youth in the fight against gender-based violence. As part of my introduction, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to indicate that gender-based violence and femicide is a phenomenon deeply rooted in gender inequality and continues to be one of the most notable human rights violations within all societies. It is a violence directed against a person because of their gender. It is experienced by both men and women. However, it is more when it comes to women, particularly women and girls. Girls tend to be victims of gender-based violence in schools, particularly looking at the issues around rape, harassment, and so on, while boys usually are victims of physical violence as well as bullying. Although we have seen, I think lately, that even bullying is very rife even among girls. The LGBTQIA plus youth, the youth with disabilities often also experience discrimination, physical as well as verbal violence at schools and within society based on their sexual as well as disability status. And as the country, South Africa, we are aware that we are ranking amongst the highest when it comes to gender-based violence. In terms of the legislative framework, I'm not going to go through that. We've got quite a number of legislations that are guiding us as we do work around this space. But I just want to mention the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide that has got 6 pillars that we are implementing in a multi-sectoral approach as the different departments as well as stakeholders in order to ensure that we fight against the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. When you look at the issue as it is indicated, the issue around the gender equality as well as the gender-based violence and femicide, it is usually said these two are the two sides of the same coin. The reason being the fact that their effects are the same. Gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, but it's necessary. It's a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, as well as sustainable world. So it's very critical that we ensure that we empower girls, as is indicated in terms of Goal 5 of the Sustainable Development Goals. So in terms of the Agenda 2030, it's one of the goals that we need to ensure that we achieve. The gender-based violence is both a cause as well as a consequence for gender inequality, and it's very critical that we are able to provide resources to this. I just would like to dwell a little bit around the effects of gender-based violence in women, as I have alluded earlier on, that the women and girls are the ones that are affected mostly. So the level of domestic violence incidents within a community has a very strong negative correlation with social, economic, and cultural inequalities between gender. The levels of gender-based violence against women and girls seem to be the order of the day. On a daily basis, we are witnessing the killings of our young women in the hands of young men. We witness the killing of our older persons in the hands of our young men. Young girls are no longer safe in their own homes because of their brothers, their uncles, as well as their fathers in their homes. So young women are no longer safe at their workplaces because of the colleagues, the bosses, who are in some cases young men. So having the number of young people that we have in our country, and understanding that as young persons we are agents of change, I believe that we can be able to turn this around. The Pillar 5 in relation to the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide refers to economic empowerment, which recognizes the link between women tolerating the abusive situations due to their financial position. This also refers to young girls or young women's role in the world of work, access to opportunities, as well as being treated fairly with respect and counted as equal citizens in production. It also links to women's ability to leave abusive relationships which they enjoy due to economic dependency. This should in turn provide further impetus to strategic interventions which will ensure the radical transformation of gender relations and the political, social, and economic empowerment of women, including young women as well as women with disabilities. What role can young people play? The young people are the ones who bear the brunt of moral decay. They are often perceived as agents of immoral behavior or helpless victims who need some external intervention. They themselves decry the lack of role models and opportunities for right living. We need to ensure that we establish a new society where men and women will enjoy equal rights and improve the elimination of systems that exploit women to achieve economic justice. We also need to be able to ensure that we build a society where the ultimate goal is to create an opportunity for each person to establish a sufficient material foundation upon which to have a dignified, productive, and creative life. We also need to recommit to efforts of building communities grounded on positive values and rededicate to building a caring society in pursuit of creating equality, lasting, and prosperity in our country. These values involve respect of human life and basic honesty in the way persons act in communication with one another, a need to build men and women who understand the true meaning of words such as honesty, integrity, and who have respect for the rights of others. We also need to ensure that we provide conducive platforms for youth to be able to grow and be empowered to fight the scourge of GBV and protect one another. When the President was alluding to his speech, he indicated that as a country, we have one goal, and that goal is to become a country where every young person has a place to go. As a department, we've got quite a number of programs that we are implementing in order to be able to empower youth to be able to fight with the scourge of gender-based violence. I'm not going to go through all of them because you will be able to get the presentations, but I'm just going to indicate that we've got social behavior change programs that we have where we are capacitating our youth to change their attitudes, perceptions, and practices, and also to be able to build their self-esteem. We've got programs like YOLO, which is just an abbreviation for You Only Live Once, where we target young people aged 15 to 24 years and empower them to acquire skills and knowledge to protect themselves against new infections. We also have CHOMI and quite a number of other programs that you will be able to go through. In conclusion, I just would like to indicate that it also must be taken into consideration that perpetrators of GBV are also becoming younger and younger, and this points to moral degeneration, broken family and community structures. Children have become forgotten victims of domestic violence, conflicts, and gender-based violence. They are seen as unaffected party in the broader GBV, whereas they are the ones that are affected most. However, there is an undeniable link between the two. The effects eventually lead to other problems that we observe as children. And I believe that as young people, you have the responsibility to ensure that you are able to change the narrative and the mindset of all those that believe so. I thank you.
Thank you, Social Development. Ngizocela ukuthi sibuyele ku-MEC uMshengu. MEC bowusele no 5 minutes ukuthi uconclude your presentation. Ngicela ukukunikeza MEC Mshengu uqedele.
Which are connected, that are projected
Thank you, MEC. Sekuphele sona isikhathi. Thank you, MEC. Thank you very much. Let me thank all the presenters presentile. We are now going to questions and answer session. We'll allow delegates to ask questions of clarity. Kuma presenters abekade presenter, if there are any clarities esingafisa ukuthi siwabuze. If engekho futhi akulona icala. And we'll also allow usomlomo to respond to the questions abuziwe kuma social media. Angeke kungenzeka angawaphendula wonke, but la azokwazi ukuthi awaphendule, so cela ukuthi nje aphendule ukhombisa ukuthi masithi sisonke sisho ukuthi nalabo abasemakhaya banathi. Okay, any questions? Kona onombuzo? Ngizoqala la. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, you introduce yourself and yeah. And the party that you are representing.
Ngibonge mphathi ohlelo, igama lami nguSiphihle Zondi, ngirepresenta i-Democratic Alliance. Maybe before ngibuza mphathi ohlelo, it's not very often that we get a chance to ask questions to MECs and AMA Premier. Is it okay if we ask AMA questions that are beyond what they presented? Okay. I have a few questions. The first one, mphathi ohlelo, is I would like to know from either MEC Shlomuga or the Premier, if esakhona, why is it that EPWP opportunities in government are given to those that are connected to the ruling party, and why is the ruling party so afraid in making this process transparent? It's a very untransparent process. The second question I would like to ask, it's a more localized question with regards to Umgeni municipality. There was, before the elections in 2014, there was a huge ceremony about an FET that would be open. That never happened. The third question that I would like to ask is with regards to Umgeni municipality as well. It's about an SIU report that has recently, I think it will be tabled very soon, so the public will be able to see it, about corruption with regards to procurement of PPEs. And I would like to know if the MEC of Kokta has had sight of this report and maybe his opinions on that particular report. Thank you, mphathi ohlelo.
Thank you, Mr. Zondi. Next.
Ngibingelele, ngibonge mphathi ohlelo, all protocol observed. Igama lami nguNjabulo kaNtshaba, ngirepresenta i-ANC Youth League. Umbuzo wami sihlalo kuwo bonke nje abantu ade bepresenta, because ngiyamuza uPremier eyibeka leyo ukuthi in terms of monitoring izinto ukuthi ziyenzeke, in particular le radical economic transformation they have now a proper plan in terms of monitoring. Now I wanted to check ukuthi in all departments kade lokhuza presenter ama programs are progressive kangaka which speaks to young people. Ngabe in terms of monitoring mase be monitor I process and also mase be check ukuthi how far I process in terms of implementation. Banabo yini abantu abasha ababa include in terms of, so that it will be easy in terms of cascading information to our young people, because you find that other young people are not included in the process simply because they don't have information ukuthi kunendawo ezinje ezikhulumisana nabo. So my question ukuthi ngabe la mase be monitor noma sebe check I progress bakhona yini abantu abasha abamela abantu abasha, so that they will go back to young people and report ukuthi this is a great initiative eyenziwe uhulumeni noma naku la kunama downfalls khona na I proper plan proposwayo as moving forward. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Sihlalo.
Thank you, Mr. Njaba.
Angithokoza mphathi wohlelo. My name is Lonhle Gumede from the IFP Youth Brigade. My question and concern is strategy, youth development, youth strategy lesebeshiwo premier ukuthi now sizwa sekuthiwa the strategy have been adopted. Umuntu ufisa ukuchecka ke because angisakhumbuli kahle noma speaker othe eParliament youth representation across all political parties is only 5%. So now if the strategy has been adopted, I want to check why uPremier engacabanganga ukuthi strategy mele esiyise kubantu abasha kuqala siyoschecka sifaka ama inputs ethu before the strategy has sibe adopted. Ngoba umuntu mangabe ebuka lesi strategy si adopted, but I doubt ukuthi sikhuluma ngezinto zenje. Umuntu ufisa ukuchecka ukuthi why singayiswanga kuthina sokwenza ama inputs nama comment before bes adopt. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumet.
Thank you, Chair. Igama lami ngumzamo Billy. I'm representing the Democratic Alliance. My first question is directed to the IEC. Chairperson, in the 2019 elections, we saw a huge drop in terms of young people coming out to vote. And we also noted that at least about 9 million people in South Africa who are eligible to vote remain unregistered. And 46% of those people are actually young people. Now, Chair, because of the lack of performance and the frustration that young people face, we see that there is a growing voter apathy among young people to come out and vote. I want to understand from the IEC as to how are they planning to intensify efforts to help us again, get young people to go out and vote. That's my first question, Chairperson. I think it's something that is quite important and perhaps also something that government should note because if young people are losing hope and don't see any reason why they should be voting because of ongoing chronism and opportunities being afforded to those who are aligned to the ruling party, then certainly they will not be voting. And that is a huge concern that we should all be worried about. Secondly, Sihlalo, umnyango waka social development ukhuluma ngento ebalekile yokuhlukumezeka komuntu wesifazane eNingizimu Afrika, but eKZN njengoba silana thina. Sihlalo kuyavela ukuthi ukuhlukumezeka kwabantu besifazane okuningi kwenzeka ezikoleni ikakhulukazi kumantombazana asemancanyana. Sihlalo ngifisa lana ukwazi ukuthi Mhlawumbe, is there any effort between the Department of Social Development and perhaps Ubabo Mshengo on this one to enlighten us if there are any efforts between those two departments to work together in order to introduce, you know, a way of highlighting GBV prevention in high schools and also capacitating, introducing capacitating topics such as gender identity and positive masculinity, which is something that I think abafana abancane abasezikoleni bayadinga kakhulu ukuthi bafundiswe ngayo uqinisekisa ukuthi bayabahlonipha abantu besifazane but ikakhulukazi abantu besifazane asebebasha. Ngiyabonga Sihlalo.
Thank you, Mr. Billy. Khona ngimshiye ngephutha. La ngaphambili bese uzolandela ngapho.
Thank you, Slalo. My name is Tembeli Tembu from the IFP Youth Brigade. My question is directed to the IEC. Engifuna ukubuza kwa IEC ukuthi abanayo any confidence kuma young graduates ukuthi bewaqhashe kube wona asiphathele ukhetho njengoba siyokhethweni kunokuthi kuthathe othisha besathu kube yibona basiphathele ukhetho. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mthembu.
Sibonge Hlalo. Igama lami ngumhlengwa kaMabuya from the ANC Youth League. Mine was to check ku Ministry of Education. Firstly, let's applaud the move as the Department of KwaZulu Natal esiyenza to do e-learning ikakhulukazi em high school, because I believe njengoba i-country imova kwinto fourth industrial revolution kuyomele siqale kwi-ground. So I want to check ku MEC ukuthi as sinama cases anokuvela e-security ezikoleni, uma sesiba distributile ke ama iPad or and the laptop to kothisha, sizokwenza kanjani ukuthi singasebenzele emuva kube ne security ukuthi abuye kulo fundo matric uma sephumile akwazi ukuyibuyisela esikoleni, I safety nje yawo mhlambi plan ime kanjani. And then is it still on in MEC le program yo take girl to a school yokunikeza ama osis bethu abafunda esikoleni ama sanitary towels, because ngibelieve ukuthi akumele umfundi angayi esikoleni ngenxa yokuthi akanayo sanitary towel. So bengicela ukuchecka nje lokho Hlalo. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Mr. Mamboy. Sengiyavala embuzweni. Nango ukugcina.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Prince Nsomi from the Economic Freedom Fighters. I have two questions, Chair. First is directed to MEC of Education. Maybe he would remember that we visited him this year with the graduates under the Faculty of Education, whereby they were demanding jobs, and also they were complaining about the created app, and also they were complaining that there were 4,000 vacancies that were announced to say they are available. But in terms of employment, we don't know what criteria that was used, because we don't see anybody from the people that are affected with unemployment rate being granted job. I just want to ask a question to say, use kuphi ne process yokudila nale issue because it's a serious issue. These graduates, they've organized themselves. If it does not attend to this issue, maybe it's not going to be a peaceful march as per the march that we have witnessed at the beginning of this year. Maybe next time it will be something else of which no one will be happy of, or no one would be happy to see. I just wanted to see or hear Uguti how far with this issue. The second question is directed to the IEC. There was a concern that was raised by the economic freedom fighters to say it's now the second year after we've been affected by this pandemic. And the country has been closed, opening, closed, opening, closed. It has been no smooth operations in this country for 2 years. And I believe that for free and fair elections, there must be enough time for campaigns for all people who are contesting in the elections. But now, when we look how things are at this current moment, we don't believe that all parties are going to get enough time to campaign. Even through their presentation, we did not hear any plan to say, because everything now that is happening, even this gathering, we have cut the numbers of people who are going to attend. And even obviously, the people who are going to vote are not going to be the same as per the people that are expected to vote. The IEC did not touch anything based on such issues. Maybe to say, for an example, the days are going to be extended for everyone to be able to do what? To come and vote. Because now we are not allowed to gather in one place in a huge number. So I just wanted to have clarity to say, did they consider the proposal that was raised to say, can we postpone a local election and have them on the year whereby we are going to have general election in 2024? And also the plan to say, are we not going to prohibit the right of citizens to vote? Because we understand that during this pandemic period, we are not allowed to be gathered together at a large number of people and for quite a long period. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mso. Khona bangisukela yonke. Bengithe sengiyavala. Ngicela ukukunika sisi. Ngoba iParliament leni ufanele siphume ezizweli ukuthi nithini.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo ngixolisa
ukuthi Nxesi. I'm sorry. Phela abanye abantu bahle bafana nathi.
Cha umbuzo wami umude kakhulu umfishane ngizoshaya ngomageba ngizwile ikhuluma zami namhlanje zikhuluma ngeinhlelo ezinhle uhulumeni wakithi kwaZulu Natal onazo sithandile izinhle kodwa njenge ACDP Youth Foundation kuyasikhathaza kakhulu ukuthi sekukhulunyiwe konke okuhle okukhona kodwa angaze ngizwe noyedwa nje uthintele enkohlakalo ngoba inkohlakalo angeke kubalekele ukuthi iyona esibuyisele emuva cishe mhlambe ngaba sikhulumi ngeinhlelo ehamba kancane mhlambe cishe nengane yale emakhaya la engisuka khona ngabe sinayo i-tablet kodwa imali ye-tablet iyantshontsho so ngizocela nje ukuthi besicacisela ukuthi zithini inhlelo ngenkohlakalo ekhona kwisifundazwe sakithi kwaZulu Natal futhi isifundazwe sethu senzani ngabantu esibathola beseyinsolweni zokukhohlakala ngoba siyabona insuku nensuku bayashitsha nje bafaka kwezinye izikhundla bekhishwe kulezi befake kwezinye uma sekutholakala ukuthi sekunuka santungana ngenkohlakalo ngoba inkohlakalo iyona futhi edla kakhulu amathuba entsha ukuthi eqasheke imali edliwa esifundazweni sakaZulu Natal uma singathiwa sibheke inamba manje ziyashaqisa kakhulu inamba ngiyacela ukuthi izikhulumi zami uma ikhuluma zingayishiyi ngaphandle leyo zingavezi okuhle kuphele ekwenzayo kodwa ziveze inkohlakalo ekhona ngoba iningi kakhulu imali elahlekayo futhi ngabe sikude kabi nokuthuthukiswa komuntu omusha futhi ngabe sikude kabi ngaba sihleli na kanjena sikhuluma ngama issues afana nalawo ngoba ngesikubalekela ukuthi umama wayo yonke inkinga esibhekene nayo esifundazweni sakithi ukuntshontshiwa kweimali ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Kambuthe ubani sibo?
Usenzo samadoda kaMkhwanazi.
Mkhwanazi. Oh. Siyabonga Mr. Mkhwanazi. Sesocela ke abazophendula. Socela ozophendulela noma if uMEC Hlomuka connected visually I responded to the question that was directed to him or Premier. The first question raised were Mr. Zondi from the DA. Maybe if MEC Hlomuka is not connected, I'm not sure whether other MECs who are connected are in the position to respond to the question. Okay, respond, MEC. Oh, okay. Sorry, MEC. MEC Mshengu is not responding on behalf of MEC Hlomuka. He's responding to a question that was directed to him. Okay, I wanted to clarify that. Okay, respond again, MEC, kuma questions are aqondiswe kuwe.
Yes, I have a question, but also want to indicate that the fire and other social things that are related to the fire because some of the things that are experienced in school development are things that behaviors that are learned outside the school environment. But from the side of the Department of Education and PSE, we do indeed work together. We also make sure of like this said.
Yebo, MEC, you are allowed to respond. Asimuzwa MEC. Cela nilungise. MEC Smelane, we can't hear you. Yes, siyakuzwa.
And that is the issue of the employment of the EWP. And I'm not responding on behalf of MEC Somuga because all departments, including municipalities, run EWP programs. The Department of Health, we do have EWP programs, and I do want to indicate, Chair, that that process is extremely open, extremely transparent, and how the EWP members are employed is through a process of advertising, and people are then called to come in and they are interviewed and employed. So I don't think it is strictly correct that the process is not transparent, but maybe what we should do moving forward is that probably take note that young people are saying they don't get the information to the extent that we believe that they should. Probably we decide to help to advertise in their local boards, but we do advertise in the local newspapers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC Smelane.
Through you, Chair,
Yeah.
if I may respond to the questions that has been asked for social development, I'm just going to add on what, I'm here, ma'am. I'm here.
Oh.
Thank you. I'm just going to add on what MEC Mshengu has indicated in terms of us as Department of Social Development working in partnership with education. I just want to refer back to my presentation where I indicated that we are implementing social behavior change programs. Those programs are programs that we are implementing in schools, working with the Department of Education. And those programs include the YOLO, as I've indicated, Men Championing Change, Families Matter, Kimoja, Community Capacity Enhancements, as well as Boys Assembly. The topics in terms of these talks to the issues around social exploitation, as Ubutika de Esho, abuse and harassment, positive masculinity, alternative to violence, and personal growth. So those topics are covered in terms of the programs that we are implementing. Thank you.
Thank you, Social Development. IEC.
Thank you very much, Chair. So the three questions that were raised. The one related to the efforts that we to get people to go out and vote. I think we should get young people interested. It is a young people mentally of everything that we can. Our young people build
Thank you, IEC. Incazelo ende kabi lena ayichazile u-IEC. I think sonke sizwile. I don't know whether is there anyone who would like to respond on behalf of the Premier or the Office of the Premier regarding the question of consultation. They are saying young people were not consulted before the approval of the KZN Youth Development Strategy. Ukhona ongakuphendula lokho? Yebo, MEC Mshengu. MEC Mshengu. Yeah.
Okay, I respond, Chair, by saying that the process that has been culminated in the adoption of the provincial youth strategy is a process that has been started quite some time back. In fact, as far as the fifth term of government, and I remember under the leadership of Premier that there were consultation workshops that were held across the districts of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And there has been a continuation of that process which has since culminated into this integrated strategy. But I'm also aware that it will now be workshop to all districts again by the current leadership of the Premier's office. So we can confirm that the consultation process, but because government is always with the people and with the critical stakeholders, the adopted strategy will then now be workshop with the different stakeholders and the related document whenever there are calls for compelling circumstances for review and all of that needs will be taken through that particular process. Thank you so much.
Thank you, MEC. May I request that if happened that your question was not answered or was not properly answered, you write down your question and submit your question to the legislature staff. We'll request relevant MECs to respond to you in writing. If ningaphendulekanga kahle. Okay. If ningaphendulekanga kahle, may I also request the speaker naye azophendula la angaphendula khona.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. I will respond to the few questions that I feel relevant to us. I'll start with the one of the ACDP, that no one has spoken or is doing anything about corruption. My responsibility is public education. So when I respond to you within the context of public education. Your parties that you are representing here are in the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, the same legislature of KwaZulu-Natal that has a standing committee on public accounts that deals with matters of corruption. That is the first point that we are doing as a legislature. But the second one is, your parties are also parties to the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal that has established an ad hoc committee to deal with specific investigations that relate to COVID-19 procurement and spending, to look into issues of corruption. Now, when a delegate ask that I will assume that what I said earlier is truly, truly needed, that we must, as young people, be active in politics in our own parties. Because there are constituency offices where the 80 members of the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal are deployed. The legislature pays money to your parties for them to have constituency offices where they must then update you on what is happening in the legislature, generally. So I really want to emphasize the need to invite the young people to actively participate in politics in your own parties and in the society. Then the second question that I will deal with is coming from, I got it from the chairperson, and I think it's come from the platform. It's from Umacele, who is speaking about a survivors organization that work with former sex workers. And I think that we must link, we're going to link her with Mrs. Mhlongo from the Department of Social Development. But there is a question that she's making, that why did the legislature only invite sex workers and not invite the survivors? The legislature has, in terms of Section 118, an opportunity to do public education and public involvement. Now, how do we do this? We identify sectors. And one of the sectors is the youth. When we want to speak about issues that affect young people, we have to speak to the youth. When we were dealing with issues that affect sex work, we had to speak to the sex workers. But generally, as an institution, we are going to have to speak to the people that have left sex work. But it is not incorrect for us to engage with sex workers, because sex workers were going to assist us in the intention that we were having, which was a sex work symposium. We will continue to engage with all sectors, but there is no better sector over another sector that we will engage with. Sizokwazi ke ukuqhubeka sikhulume naye ecaleni uMagaya. The second one isuka kule region ka Babu Reinkonyeni, ngoba kuthiwa kukhulunywa ngomasipala wase Reinkonyeni, Reynold Nkonyeni municipality. It is in Ugu, ne? Look, it's speaking about issues around cost containment measures which are affecting youth development in the municipality of Reinkonyeni. And also issues of alignment and strategies around involving private sector or link between municipalities and private sector in proper implementation of youth development projects. Our response is that a budget of a municipality is adopted in terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act. The legislature exercises oversight through the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Now, the legislature cannot really come in and say, this is how you must structure your own budget, for as long as your budget, it is covering what is mentioned in the MFMA. It might happen that there are other deeper and underlying issues that we might not understand, but at the level of what is raised with us, we think that the MFMA suffices to cover budgeting. But I also understand that most municipalities have got what is called youth councils, no? That is what is called youth councils, and have youth managers which are under the office of the mayor. Others are under the office of community services. that should also be looked within the context of the budgeting of that particular unit that they are in. There are realities that is cutting of course. Of course, we do not encourage that cut costs on youth. But for as long as the budget is done in terms of the MFNA, Treasury and COGTA will approve that budget. So it's an internal work. Esho ukuthi ke bantu abasha lawa mandla lawa enu asekhona. The alignment, I think that on the alignment, fortunately for me, ngike ngathi sengimdala sengidlulile ku-35 ngaphinda futhi ngazibona ngisebenza nabantu abasha some few years back when there was the initiation of the KZN Youth Development Strategy. The KZN Youth Development Strategy was an incorporation of what should happen both in government and also in the private sector. I think that what we can do is through the Office of the Premier Honorable Chairperson of Quality of Life, the Quality of Life Standing Committee must ensure that there is that integration and then understand how it gets integrated at the level of local government through the Standing Committee of Quality of Life. But it is something that at a provincial level is placed in the Office of the Premier. The powers of the Quality of Life zingena in all departments. Now, this will be ideal, probably for us to report on it in the next Youth Parliament on whether there is any integration or lack of integration in terms of how youth development strategies are in the province. We cannot be able to say it from where we are. But now that there is a strategy in the province, we're supposed to be following from all levels of government. Basically, those are what were directed to us. Unless we can share, but ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Ukuphendula kwakho kusizile kakhulu. I think nabantu abasha bacoshile. Can we then move forward with our program? Sesingena ke kwi dialogue yabantu abasha. Our dialogue will be based on our theme, which is, I quote, the year of Charlotte Manya Maklege, growing youth employment for an inclusive and transformed society, close quote. Sengiyaqala ke ngibiza isikhulumi sokuqala. The first speaker is from the ANC Youth League. Delegate Lebohang Tuli, 10 minutes. So celu zengala.
Honorable Speaker of the Legislature, Antinte, Honorable Chairperson, delegates to the Youth Parliament, everyone present, those who are with us, watching and participating virtually, I greet you all. Well, controversial American rappers, singers, and songwriters Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa once released a song titled, "We Are Young, Wild, and Free." Salvador Allende, the first democratically elected Marxist president of Chile in 1972, he alluded that, I quote, "To be young and not revolutionary is a biological contradiction," I close quote. The song that I have mentioned and the words of the former president of Chile, in line with the theme, the year of Charlotte Mahlenge, growing youth employment for an inclusive and transformed society, it outlines the state of young people in our country as well as in our province. And obviously, except for the contextualization of being free, but because that is a discussion that we can have another day. In passing, I hope that the discussions that we are going to have, especially with the leaders of the opposition parties, will not actually focus on the internal matters of the ruling party, because if we do, then nothing will actually come out of this youth parliament, but we'll then be regenerating ideas, of which then will prove that within the political space, there is a lack of intellectual production to actually produce new ideas. In honor of the struggle stalwarts, Umama Charlotte Mahlenge, who is also known as the mother of black freedom in South Africa, and further in the recognition of her contribution to freedom and democracy in our country, the government has declared 2021 as the year of Charlotte Mahlenge to also mark 150 years in celebrating her birth. She was amongst the first black women to graduate in South Africa and one of the first black South Africans to fight for freedom from exploitative and oppressive apartheid regime, as well as the social, political, and economic conditions that were affecting African women at that time. Now, drawing inspiration from her tireless efforts to fight for the betterment of the lives of the African people in South Africa, black women in particular, we recommit ourselves to fight against patriarchy and for an inclusive and transformed society. Now, based on all the literatures that have been made available and the stories that have been told in different platforms, I think that we owe it to Umama, we owe Umama a debt of gratitude for her selflessness, for her selfless contribution to the liberation struggle of South Africa. Now, it is our duty, especially as young people, to ensure that we keep her memory alive and for her legacy to go on. And then in doing so, especially taking into consideration that majority of our population is young people, it calls for all spheres in our society to ensure that we come together in the implementation of an inclusive youth interventions which will promote constitutional rights of all young people, including young women, young men, the LGBTQIA+ community, young people who are living with disabilities, and also young people who are found in the rural areas. Yes, we cannot deny that we are still faced with a lot of socio-economic challenges as a country 27 years later into democracy. But I find it very, very absurd that to think that institutionalized and systematic challenges which were instilled by the apartheid regime can be eradicated overnight. I think that we need to acknowledge the efforts that have been made by the ANC-led government to improve the social, economic conditions that are still faced by the people. And obviously, as the ruling party, we do owe to improve. And yes, the country is in an economic crisis. And yes, because of the pandemic, we have been thrown in a deep end as a country, and somehow it seems as if we are finding it difficult for us to swim across. But I think that we cannot focus on deliberating on problems. We need to rather find practical solutions for this. We need to rather focus on finding practical solutions. We cannot engage on a basis because we want to sound radical and relevant. I think that if we move in that direction, then we must then agree that whatever we are doing here is a fruitless exercise. Like I had said earlier on, majority of our population in our country is predominantly young people. And obviously in the plight of COVID-19, young people seem to be the most affected. And obviously the crisis is getting deeper, and it is not what we have imagined. And you find that it is youth unemployment is one of South Africa's obstinate challenges, obviously which has been made worse by COVID-19. Now, prior to the pandemic, the unemployment rate was under 70% for young people, especially those who were between the age of 15 to 24. And obviously, according to State SA, and I'm sure we are all aware, Uguti, the unemployment rate has increased by 43.2% in the first quarter of 2021. And obviously, to address this, it calls for youth economic participation and the need to focus on labor-intensive industries to absorb young people in response to unemployment, because these are some of the sectors of which are youth concentrated. Now, in ensuring that young people are drawn into the economy, the government of KwaZulu-Natal, I have seen that they've initiated youth economic empowerment programs through different departments, and obviously concentrating in the different sectors that each department represents. I must say that we do commend the government for identifying youth economic participation and transformation as one of its key strategic focus areas, especially in KZN government. And obviously they have linked it to the policy imperatives of the National Youth Policy. Now, the KZN government, through its Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, in line with their youth economic empowerment programs, they have taken an initiative to invest in creative economy. Now, if you understand the nature of the sector, you'd understand that it is youth concentrated, and obviously, with its nature, it actually also promotes inclusiveness. Now, obviously, taking into consideration with the crisis that has been brought forward by COVID-19, and it affects all different sectors, including this sector. Now, what I like about what the government has done is that they have been able to design interventions that do not only serve as a relief for the current situation, but what they've done is that they've based their intervention as a foundation of an economic recovery plan. Now, what we need to look at is that this sector, the creative economy sector, has been identified as one of the sectors of which can actually contribute into the eradication of youth unemployment. It can contribute to in the promotion of youth development. It can be used as a drive to sustainable economic opportunities. It can be used to actually expand business opportunities. And most importantly, it can actually contribute to the growth of the economy. Noting what I have said, and obviously with an abundance of beauty, the spirit and culture of KwaZulu-Natal, indeed it is one of the perfect destinations for this sector to actually find expression.
1 minute left.
Man. Okay. As I conclude, I would like to borrow the words that were said by Chairman Mao. He said that to regard oneself as having rendered great service to the revolution, to pride oneself on being a veteran, to disdain minor assignments while being quite unequal to major tasks, to be slipshod in work and slack in study is a 10th type of illiberalism. I dedicate these few words to those who actually portray themselves as revolutionaries more than everyone else, just on the basis that they actually wear regalias with revolutionary colors. And I think I would also further remind all of you in this platform that those who live in a glass house should never actually throw stones. And I think that at least Tina, as a ruling party, we acknowledge our shortcomings and we have actually taken initiative to clean our own house. And that, and also, unlike those who actually remain in the midst of confusion, where they find leaders who are busy dilly-dallying here and there, you cannot tell whether one day they are hot and one day they are cold. But whatever decisions they take, they move with the wind. And you also find that I also have nothing much to say to the others because, okay.
Thank you. Your time is up. The next speaker. The next speaker is from the IFP Youth Brigade. Delegate Sanele Zondo, 5 minutes.
Good day, everyone. Firstly, I want to start by this thing, the theme of the day. We've been searching, looking for the history of, which I say, Umama Mtleke. She's never been in our struggle as the information that I'm getting, because she died 1939, if I'm not wrong. So I'm asking myself, as she was living overseas most of the time, she became a preacher there overseas, then how do we include her in our struggle that we are facing now? But let me move. As Youth Brigade, we are demanding the growth in economy in these trying times. It is hard time that we demand the government to do more to open up the economy, to create a long-term employment opportunity, reduce poverty, and redress inequality, and empower all the families to enjoy the benefit of being able to create an income, especially after the harsh impact of COVID-19 on employment and general living standard. Short-term solutions are not working. It is now clear that short-term solutions are not efficiently adequately to deal with youth unemployment. EPW program has been helpful, but have not been sustainable. Economic development, which enforce the hiring, which government should enforce the hiring of South African youth, must be 100% implemented. We cannot have sectors dominated by the foreign employees, such as trucking and hospitality industry in this province. Government should transform the white dominant sector, including maritime, engineering, and mining sector. Black youth must be part of the ownership. Programs should be reach all youth across the province, as it was presented here. Rather program, by now all municipalities should have aware that there are such programs that are meant to help them. Hundreds of youth want to start entrepreneurship businesses, but they do not have access to funding, support, and many informal business are already overpopulated by the foreign nations who are into bulk buying. As a youth of South Africa, we urge the department to open up its wild bulk buying program and make it easily accessible by youth of South Africa. We wish government can remove all the unnecessary red tapes to allow and fast-track the opening of small businesses in township where most foreign-owned informal shops are now dominant. You should have access to information
1 minute left.
and communication. In agriculture, we demand the fair distribution of unused land currently held by the state to assist the youth to start agricultural programs. Fast-track resolution of existing local land claim, and they reopen the window for further application and claims specifically for youth people. Establishment of water catch area that will use to be unlocked and support youth emerging farmers in the adversity of scarcity of water and broad. Introduce new strategy partnership in addressing the ocean maritime economy and establish full-fledged international recognition maritime academy where young engineers and captain and dustmen and captain will be trained. Champion, please reprioritize of agriculture and mining sector to create more job opportunity through removing the red tape in ownership, establishing a mechanism through young partnership that will ensure participation of young blacks entrepreneurship to face side of the agriculture, mining, and maritime economy. By my conclusion, we've been following the presentation from Raya's department, showing that the main problem that we are facing as young people is this lack of supervision on the programs of our government. It's high time that we allow the Youth Directorate to move from the Youth to Youth Ministry, so that Youth Ministry we can monitor all the funds that are bound for young people, that are directed correctly and are monitored, all the processes and are accounted for, so that we will gain on all those funds that are meant for us as young people of South Africa. Thank you, Chair. Ngiyathokoza Mhlekazi.
Thank you. The next speaker is from the DA, Delegate Spesihle Zondi, 3 minutes.
Ngibonge kakhulu, Chairperson. Maybe let me start by saying greetings to everyone in such a day where we are honoring Umama Charlotte Maxege. It's very important that we pay our respect to those who came against us, before us. Umama Charlotte played a huge role in fighting against anti-pass movement in such a way that she led a march against that. Honorable members, today I'm going to talk about an unofficial ministry that this country has. That is the corruption ministry. This ministry takes about 27 billion rands of the GDP annually. It has had many unofficial ministers, the likes of former President Jacob Zuma, and most recently, KZN's own Minister Zweli Mkhize. Corruption, ladies and gentlemen, strips the youth of this country of opportunities. Opportunities to go to varsity, opportunities to get employed, opportunities to participate in business and contribute to the economy. For those of you who aspire to be part of this disgusting ministry of corruption, there is no better school than the ruling party. It gave us famous graduates, the likes of Dr. Mkhize, majoring in digital vibes corruption, who still got an A+ in the middle of a pandemic. Terrific guy. I do wonder how he does it. But on a more serious note, leaders, corruption is a disease that is slowly killing the dreams of young people. It is killing the hopes of the generation of 1976. True revolutionists.
1 minute left.
Leaders, let us be upright citizens. It is up to us to turn this country around. Every generation has a mandate, and ours is to bring clean government and responsible government that is rooted in Ubuntu. But we cannot do that if we are still in the pockets of corrupt senior leaders. Let us define our futures and finally dissolve this corruption ministry that has taken so much from us. Let us bring back futures of young people that this current government and administration has stolen. Let us be brave in opposition of this shameless looting that goes on. Some of us might even pay with our lives because thieves don't like to be disturbed when they're stealing. But it's something that we cannot and should not be quiet about when our futures are being stolen. Stand up, take your place, report, investigate, and history will remember you. About 1 trillion has been lost to this corruption.
Your time is up.
Ngiyabonga.
Next speaker. Next speaker is from the EFF, Delegate Simpiwe Prince Nsomi, 9 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, the Mayor of Umgungundlovu District, the Minister of Umchati, delegates, and all protocol observed. We are here today sent by young people in our communities. We are here today, all of us, to speak the issues that are happening on the ground. We are here today to reflect also on the history of South Africa, the history of the generation of 1976. Hence, each and every year, we always say we are celebrating June 16, the Youth Day. But I would ask myself to say, what is to celebrate? What are we actually celebrating in South Africa? Are we celebrating that the sacrifices of the generation of 1976, the faults of the generation of 1976, which they were fighting for our democratic rights, which they were fighting for free quality education. But still today, we are still facing these challenges. Still today, after 45 years, we are still find students in campuses still fighting for similar issues. We can make reference of students in Mangosuthu. Last week, they were fighting for simple things, allowances and free quality education, of which are the still issues that were fought by the generation of 1976. Then you still ask yourself the question to say, what are we celebrating? In Umkungundlo of Tibet College, students were fighting for same issues. SIT College, Kokstad campus, students were fighting for similar issues. But the only thing in response, it's suspension. There is nothing positive that will come in response to these questions. Every time when we find students fighting for their democratic rights, when students they are fighting for their NSFAS, when students they are fighting for their allowances, when students are fighting for free quality education, the only thing that comes back as a response is suspensions and expulsion. Then we ask our government, do we have care about young people? The lives that we destroy each and every day of young people, then believe that at some point there will be change in South Africa. We're lying to ourselves. Today, there are students at Etegwini College, Umbilo campus. They have been sleeping in a classroom for 3 weeks now. They have no food, they have no clothes to change, they have no blankets to sleep. And there's no one who's attending to that issue. Rather than then when the students want to have a meeting with the campus manager or rather the principal of the entire college, they are not attended to. Then we ask the government, why are we so quiet while these issues, they're still repeating it themselves? Because are the similar issues that were faced in 1976, are the similar issues that were fought by the generation of 1976. So we call upon the government to say, when we deal about the issues of young people, let's also focus on the people that are going to assist this country, the people that are still hungry for education, the education that government each and every day preach to say, it is the key to success. Why then those students who are at a level of higher institution are not taken serious? So we are putting into the government to say, government, please, can you also intervene on the issues that are happening in higher institutions of learning? And also the issue of unemployment. I want to relate it with the issue of education. You know, we're having a serious problem in our education system. The way our education system is structured. It is structured in a way that is not favorable to black marginalized people in South Africa. It is not structured in a way that is favorable to the black, marginalized, the poor South Africans. Because when you look at the system, how it is structured from a lower level of education to a secondary school, the pass rate of how you must pass your subject, you must pass by 30% and three subjects 40%. But when you go to a university or a TVET sector, you are required to pass with 40 or 50%. Then I believe that a mind, it's like an elastic. It's you who directs it to say how it must stretch itself. But the way the education system it is structured in a way that it limits young ones to say this is your target, this is how you must push to reach. You must push to reach 30%. Therefore, when you pass your matric, you have made sure that I want to make sure that I get 30s and 40s so that I pass my matric and go to university. You pass with your 30% 4 more subjects and 3 subjects with 40%, which makes 4 2 levels and 3 level 3. That makes 17 a point. The way the system of our education is structured. And it prohibits us to have a chance to do what? To enter the tertiary level. So I believe that if also we look at our education system, the MEC and the Minister of Education must at some point review the curriculum to say at least let's be 40% the pass rate, so that it will push students to be feasible, to be used to this thing. Because sometimes we find issues like this in the universities and the TVET colleges. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is from the IFP Youth Brigade, Delegate Noluthando Dlamini, 5 minutes.
Nginibingelele nonke. Ntambama. Igama lami nguNoluthando wakwaDlamini ngiqhamuka kwi-IFP Youth Brigade. I'm here to present on commission number 2. I will start by social development. The presentation went well from the department that was presented yesterday, but I want to put some other issues. I'm going to start with the issue of the 350 social relief grant.
Uxolo ngane yami usihlalo sangicelile usaphumile manje ngibona lo bali isikhathi sakho ebhale cishe ngaze ngikurobhe.
Okay.
Kancane nje stopwatch. Oh, okay. Okay, ke Nkosazana uxolo kakhulu.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. But there is something I want to raise on the issue of 350 social relief grant. This grant should continue and must reach many more young South Africans who are in need of it, while more sustainable and long-term economic opportunities, and the program should be developed and implemented for youth. When you look at the state of the unemployment young people in South Africa, it is very high. So I think this 350 is too small. If the department should increase to 500 rand at least, and they must put in the banks, not in the post office, because you see young people standing there long period. Maybe the other one came at 5 in the morning and they have this money on 5 p.m. So I think they should implement maybe the policy to put in their banks, not in the post offices. And I will come to Department of Health. The leaders of this department must deal with the serious issues of the unemployment nurses, which is dominated by youth in this province. It should also monitor the private nursing college, which seems to contributing more to be unemployed of the nurses by failing to liaise with the department demand and supply model. Healthcare staff employed to deal help with COVID-19 burden should permanently absorbed. It cannot be that the department was so quick to spend millions in the Cuban doctors but fail in South African health workers. They must give the opportunities to young people in the South African who study the healthcare, ifundo lezi zonke ezithinta into yaka health. They must give them opportunities. Khona into eyayibizwa ngeyile counselors sebayivala ke angazi ukuthi wayiyavala because baningi abantu abasha ababefundele leso sifundo leso. Abantu abaningi aba afford ukuyofunda lama courses lawa abiza kakhulu because of registration. So I think ama home based carers iwona okufanele abhekwe kakhulu ngoba abantu abasha abaningi abafunda lezo zinto. Ama home based carer, ama community developers, abale counselors, yonke lawo malonto amakhoza amafushane. I think kufanele sibukisane nakona lawo. And then I will come to human settlement. Apartheid geography still persists. Our young still find themselves perished of living in overcrowd in the informal settlement in township with no job. KZN government have been promising for years to get rid of slums, but instead they are growing each day. When will our people living in shacks get better treatment and decent houses from the government? Also, the Human Settlement Department should prioritize budgets for unemployment of constructions companies owned by human youth, previous disadvantages group for its housing development. Umuzobheka government ngibuka nje la eMaritzburg mangibuka lemjondolo mawuzofika kule molela ngase Masukwane le ndawo leyana ngibonisa ifakela ugesi indlu nendlu ifakela ugesi instead of fakela ugesi. I think kwakufanele benze something ezokwenza ukuthi abantu bahlale endaweni ezidecent, not ukuthi babanikeze infrastructure endaweni kanjeyana. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is from the ANC Youth League. Delegate Konam Tabela, 10 minutes.
Honorable Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Chairperson, delegates and viewers at home, I greet you. It is indeed a great pleasure to be standing in this podium today speaking on the issues pertaining young people of KwaZulu-Natal and South Africa. In a year where we celebrate an astounded woman such as Umama Charlotte Maxeke, we must note that she had a great impact in the political arena. She had a great history in academics, as she was the first black woman to graduate with a degree in science and at an international university. She was not only an academic, but she continued to fight inequalities of life. She continued to fight inequalities of life we today can learn from. Lest we forget that Charlotte Maxeke also contributed to the struggle of women, workers, peace and justice. Not only one must note that she was an intellect with determination, courage and principle. We must again note that her contribution in the field of politics, as she had led a delegation of women who went on to discuss the issue of passes for women and helped and helped organize the anti-pass movement in the year 1913. As young people, we can draw different lessons from this astound woman. As in education, it is the first tool that we can use to fight inequalities that we face. One must again note that there is still a lot that, as young people of South Africa, we are faced with and we need to fight. With that being said, we cannot run away from that South Africa is a youthful country faced with what we might call the evil triplets, which is inequality, unemployment, and poverty, due to the lack of information and so forth. It is then the reason why one must then note that the government of the day has made means to ensure that the foresaid issues are dealt with, even in the times of COVID-19. This is done through the introduction of programs such as the National Youth Service, in which it is a core to promote active participation of our youth into community service activities to strengthen service delivery, build patriotism, social cohesion, and not forgetting nation building, in which in return assists young people in acquiring skills necessary to access the job market. This being not the only means that the government has made, but has also ensured that young people are granted the opportunity of being job creators through various funds or for either starting or growing their businesses, which then creates self-employment for the business owner and that of other individuals. We must not forget that the government also has made means to for active participation of young people into the tendering system, ensuring that at least 35% of young people are subcontractors and now as the actual now starting as actual contractors. The creation of employment for self, as stated before, for young people and for business owners and other young people, as said. This is achieved through institutions such as CIFA, NYDA, Youth Empowerment Fund through the Office of the Premier, IDC, Department of Small, Medium and Micro Enterprises, and so forth. One must then outline that with organizations such as NYDA, it provides financial and non-financial grants for young people to enable them to establish, grow their businesses. Whilst IDC has Youth Pipeline Development Program assisting young people to turn their young people for readiness of their business proposals. And then we have departments such as that of Human Settlements that has Siaka Development Program having 109 young people who have signed contracts with Human Settlements with a set-aside of 150 million. This is a clear indication, Honourable Speaker, that indeed this government is doing all possible to ensure that participation of young people in this very province is possible. With the Youth Empowerment Fund at the Office of the Premier, it continues to put the development of young businesses in a priority through formation of the Youth Empowerment Fund, of which has gone to fund 51 entities, where 15 are females and 36 being males. Of which you must note that these are businesses from rural areas such as Manguzi, Ntubatuba, Nongoma, and so forth. It has gone to fund young people to an approximate of 70 million. Honourable Speaker, we must not forget that the government of the day has made different kinds of assistance for young people who are not those who are looking for employment and those who are not looking for employment. This has been done by ensuring that each department has expanded public works programs, learnerships, internships, and so forth, in which the NYDA has provided a platform for young people who are seeking employment through an app called SAYouth.mobi, of which young people can access without having any data bundles on their phones. Lest we forget that it is also our duty to assist young people entering into the institutions of higher learning in choosing careers that are speaking to the economy, to the economy's demand, being that speaking to the fourth industrial revolution in the fast changing technological era. With the arrival of COVID-19, we have seen many jobs being lost and the country forced to move into the technological era. It is therefore the reason we need to ensure that our education system speaks to the needs brought by the pandemic in conjunction with the fourth industrial revolution. Honorable Speaker, it will be wrong of us to descend in this podium without touching on the gender-based violence and its impact on the economy, as it costs an approximate 0.9% to 1.3% of the gross domestic products on an annual basis, making it too costly to ignore. It is therefore the reason we need to invest more on women and children, as they are the main sufferers of such, due to the lack of information or poverty altogether. Now, this is another pandemic that we also need to focus on. I submit.
Thank you. The next speaker is from the DA, Delegate Nomfundo Kuboni, 3 minutes.
Gibong Islalo, I greet you all. I would like to start my speech by remembering every life lost due to gender-based violence and hate crimes in our country, especially KZN. These precious lives that should have never been lost should remind us every day how unsafe it is to be a woman, a child, and a queer person in this province. Living in constant fear of being abused or ultimately being savagely killed for being who you are is a way of life no one should ever experience. Whenever crime stats get released, it is this province that tops the list on crimes against women and children. When a woman or child gets sexually abused in this province, the abuse unfortunately does not end there. It might continue due to a public facility not having a rape kit available that will ensure or play an instrumental role in getting the victim justice. The Department of Health, Community Services, Community Safety should ensure hospitals, clinics, and police stations have rape kits available and that staff is continually trained and well equipped to deal with victims who come through their doors every single day. The Department of Education should ensure that a sex offenders register is regularly updated so that a person who has committed a sexual crime does not get employed by the Education Department and get to be around children who are the most vulnerable and who cannot defend themselves. The Department of Education should create a safe school program like the DA has in the Western Cape that will create safe spaces and activities for children during school holidays and includes content on gender-based violence, sexual abuse, and gender equality to empower learners. Our children need to know that they can report these crimes and there are safe spaces they can run to. It is an open secret that in this province, sex for jobs is a huge phenomenon. In order for a woman to get a job in this province, she would have needed... 1 minute left. In closing, I would like to say that KZN, especially eThekwini, has become a hotspot for homophobic attacks. We as young people need a provincial government that will champion and promote LGBTQI rights, because queer rights are basic human rights. I thank you. Gibong Islalo, I greet you all. I would like to start my speech by remembering every life lost due to gender-based violence and hate crimes in our country, especially KZN. These precious lives that should have never been lost should remind us every day how unsafe it is to be a woman, a child, and a queer person in this province. When a woman or child gets sexually abused in this province, it might continue due to a public facility not having a rape kit available that will ensure or play an instrumental role in getting the victim justice. The Department of Education should create a safe school program like the DA has in the Western Cape that will create
Thank you. The next speaker is from the NFP, Delegate Kosingithandile Mbambo, for 3 minutes. Bacelile ukuthi apresente ehlezi lapha hlezi khona. Ngezathu ayinikezwe usihlalo.
Ngiyabingelela esihlalo, ngibingelele somlomo, ngibingelele imeya semshwathi, ngibingelele ama viewers at home. Ngiyabonga nokuthi ningivumele ngikwazi ukuthola ispeech sami ngihleli phansi. I'm not feeling well. This day remarks 45 years after the Soweto uprising. Tragically, youth ended killed in hundreds of numbers. 45 years later, the uprising, but we are still not free as youth of this nation. We suffer from corruption, unemployment, social ills, and lack of recreational and sporting facilities, particularly in most rural areas in this country. Unemployment amongst young people and youth is a serious dilemma long before COVID-19 became our reality. It's clear that youth unemployment is one of the most irritable challenges which made things worse when we hit the COVID wave. The results of higher unemployment rate amongst young people becomes more worse each and every day. The high employment rate among youth is because there are more job seekers than there are hiring employers. Also, labor market favors highly skilled workers, and this results in few accessible jobs for generation in public or general in public. Does this mean that youth economic empowerment program is failing to adapt or equip young people to achieve labor market? This nation labor laws, which includes hourly wage and policies that constrain employees from letting employers go.
1 minute.
And discouraging employees from hiring young workers with minimal experience. Despite the government increased spending on education, the South African education system does not provide training and skills necessary for young people available to formal sector. We require more youth economic empowerment programs to be implemented to equip young people with necessary skills to tackle in labor markets effectively. The agricultural sector could be a key source of job creation in this country for young people, but there are many barriers and pitfalls for potential young black farmers. They are and they will be satisfied by limited access to finance, laws, levels, and skills, and education, few markets and opportunities, lack of...
Your time is up.
Thank you.
The next speaker is from the MF, Delegate Priyanka. 3 minutes. Priyanka will do her presentation virtually.
Practical policy action to simply
1 minute.
Honorable Premier, I'm inviting this gentleman who has people's livelihood and self-worth, and it should be top priority of not only the South African government, but for employees, business owners, and communities to prosper. The government's foremost task and responsibility is enable this generation of youth to reimagine our enterprises and institutions where public inquiry by including all voices of youth who have great ideas and ready to fight and contribute them, like those of my producer today. Happy Youth Month to all. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is from the DA. Delegate Billy Mzamo, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, through you, I think one must express a level of disappointment that the Premier has quickly sneaked out of this sitting without notifying yourself or the sitting. That is a huge sign of disrespect and potentially a sign of arrogance shown by the Premier, because as young people here, we sat and we listened to him, and he usually does. He saw it fit that he leaves this sitting and all delegates are addressing a Premier that is not here. Chairperson, the theme here, ekhuluma ngomama uMaxeke, who is famously known for being very much concerned about the welfare of abantu baseNingizimu Afrika, ikakhulukazi mangabe kukhulunywa ngokuqashwa kwabantu, umlando uyaveza ukuthi umama uMaxeke wayelwa kakhulu nalokhu. Kodwa what is also quite relevant to this topic, Chair, is that it is quite clear that Umama Maxeke was concerned about the employment of people in the country. She took active steps to try and ensure that there were opportunities available. But today, Speaker, we celebrate her when youth unemployment under the ANC government is at its highest in our country. We celebrate Umama Maxeke when young people are not only unemployed, but they remain unemployable because of lack of skills and experience that is required in order to enter the job market. Young people remain unemployed because of ongoing nepotism that exists in the very little opportunities that are available in government, which are only directed to those who are aligned to the ANC. Through our continuous engagement with young people across the province, we have had disturbing allegations of opportunities for jobs in government and business support funds being directed to those who know someone in the ruling party, and all the young people that deserve to be assisted are left out because of this corruption which is taking place in our province. We have heard of allegations of youth directorate positions being exclusively reserved for ANC Youth League comrades. We have heard of government business youth funds being dished to those who are aligned. We strongly condemn this. We appreciate that government must have a focused empowerment initiative, but this must be done in a fair manner so that every young person in the province, they benefit from this. This is not the attack on the government or the Premier. It is a warning to the government that if young people remain excluded and not given opportunities, they will lose faith in this government. And as we said earlier on, that they will lose faith in even voting for elections. Young people are tired. Young people are tired of not getting opportunities. They are tired of corruption. And we need to resolve that.
Thank you. Can we place on record that the Premier has requested to leave due to other work commitment? Can we go to the next speaker from the ANC Youth League, Delegate Teddy Shope, 10 minutes.
Thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone present due to the essence of time. Firstly, one would say, if one looks the theme, the year of Charlotte Maxeke Growing Youth for Inclusive and Transformed Society, it shows that the ruling party has acknowledged that the issue of unemployment is a challenge, therefore is part of addressing that challenge. That is why the issue of unemployment is being addressed. Firstly, I would like to call upon all delegates from all parties that the challenges which we are faced as the province and the South Africa general is poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Therefore, those challenges does not see political party colors. It requires us as young people to unite, come up with solutions which are progressive in terms of contributing and changing our South Africa which we live upon. We must not be a group of young people who just generalize, who say cater deployment, the ANC Youth League, and so forth. You must come with a society of young people who has fact, mention names if there are such of things who has occurred in future. Firstly, Chairperson, the ANC-led government has identified the challenges of unemployment. The youth of 1976 identified their struggle, which was apartheid system, which was confronted by them. So us as young people of this generation, as I will quote Frantz Fanon. Frantz Fanon says, I quote, each generation in an obscurity, it must discover its mission. It's either it fulfill it or it betray it, unquote. As I move, this youth parliament, it has shown that it has not been a talk show. The Premier of KwaZulu-Natal has outlined that there is a funding of young entrepreneurs, which young people has benefited, approximately 61 people has benefited. It shows that the government of the ANC is contributing meaningful in the society of young people in general, in KZN, moving forward. So we must ensure that we must encourage the government to source more funds in terms of all departments to have these funds. The Department of ETIA, I was part of the commission. There is a set aside of funding which is there of young people in terms of funding their business. So we, as these young people, irregardless of political party, we must be influencing that each and every department must have a funding which is directed to your agriculture in terms of developing young people. Moving forward. The issue of 30% set aside, what we should be doing as these young people, because this is a progressive move from the ANC-led government, we should be advocating that it should be dispersed fairly according to 11 districts, not political party in terms of delivery, as the ANC-led government has been doing. That you must emphasize and say that they must do such as they have been doing. So we must acknowledge such moving forward. Another main issue which the ANC-led government is doing, the issue of gender-based violence and bullying in school. It's a main challenge which is there. As young people from the ANC Youth League and the all other political parties, we should be saying, what is the challenge? Is GBV, bullying? Then come with a solution. We must be young people with solution and say, maybe to the Department of Social Development, what if you have a pool of young people that you will employ? Maybe there will be young ambassadors who combat gender-based violence. We can take that pool from unemployed social workers, unemployed graduates, so that we are a youth which comes with identify challenge and further come with a solution, not a youth which critique at all times. So the ANC-led government is coming with program. The ANC is always working hard in terms of achieving the mandate of the people. That's why it said it's government of the people, by the people. Moving forward, in terms of free education, the ANC-led government has identified education. Even former President Zuma said there must be a free education. There are challenges, but that challenges are being addressed. We must understand that us as young people, when we speak the issue of free education, we do not speak in terms of monetary value. We only even speak into issue of institutional autonomy. What the ANC-led government is addressing, where you will find a rector being stubborn, doing his own thing in an institution. The ANC-led government is busy trying to transform the system. It's a process which needs across KZN universities to be deal with that challenge which is faced by the young people. Another thing that the ANC-led government, we must acknowledge that all of us who are here, the issue of environmental, or in terms of employment, the government is not the main employer. The main employer should be the private sector. That is why the ANC-led government is doing in terms of creating a conducive environment in society, in terms of fighting your corruption, in terms of fighting crime, in terms of ensuring that there is a political stability in KwaZulu-Natal. That is what is happening in terms of addressing the issue of environment, in terms of attracting investors, so that the issue of unemployment will be tackled. Because what we are trying to make is that the government must be the employer. It cannot employ all of us, but it's what the ANC-led government is doing to create a conducive environment moving forward. Lastly, Chair, let us be a generation of young people who does not oppose because the term says we are opposition. Maybe that term needs to be relooked. We must give credit where it's due, but make meaningful impact and contribution in terms of us as generation. Not a generation which will always oppose, even there is good things that have been done, because that will mean it's a generation which has no direction moving forward. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is from the ACDP, Delegate Senzo Mkhwanazi, 3 minutes.
Ngiyabingelela sihlalo, ngibingelele noma musomlomo, ngibingelele zonke ikhulu engaphakathi kwethu. Cha angizoba mude kakhulu, ngizoba mfishane nje. Okokuqala engifisa nje ukusho, ngizobonga nje ukuqala ukuthi umama uMaxeke waye i-religious leader okuyinto esiyidingayo ngoba ukuqala kokuhlakanipha kungumesaba uJehova. Bese ngibuyela ephuzweni lokuthi kungani abantu basha bakithi sisanabantu abasha abafundayo kodwa abayi working class. Isizathu sisodwa ukuthi uhulumeni wakithi unenkohlakalo eningi okusho ukuthi kusadinga ukuthi ngempela sibhekisise indaba yenkohlakalo ngoba iyona msusa wayo yonke lezi inkinga esesibalulile lapha. Okwesibili isimo ezikoleni asisihle kahle. Abothisha bethu bayashawa nabantwana bethu bayashawa, kuyadlengulwana kwenziwa yonke into. Indaba uNkulunkulu bekwe ngaphandle ezikoleni. Ayisekho ifundiso ezayikhuluma ngenkolo lapho khona ezayibuyisa unembeza kubantwana. Ngoba ngesikubalekela ukuthi njengoba sonke siphila lapha sidaliwe Futhi kuyabiza ukuthi from time to time sihlangane sixhumane nanoNkulunkulu wethu omdali wethu. Ingakho nje sisizwe sama-Afrika saze sabizwa ngabangoni. Basishintsha kabohlanga bathi singabangoni, asiwona amangoni thina singabangoni. Bese kuba i-issue lapha yamathenda. I-issue yamathenda ke iyona futhi yenza ukuthi umuntu omusha angaqasheki. Ngoba amathenda kusahlomula abangani beyikhulu zikahulumeni. Nansi nje digital vibes kuyangithusa ukuthi ingane yesikhulu sezempilo kaNgqongqoshe wezempilo ubaba uZweli Mkhize okuyiyona ethole leyo tender, while sineyingane thina nathi ecabanga ukuthi zingakhona ukuthi zenze umsebenzi ofanayo nalo, izathi ngoba ayizalwa zikhulu kahulumeni. Angeke sikubalekeleke futhi ukuthi ke amathenda agcina futhi aqasha abantu abancane ngoba afuna ukuthi imali eningi ibuyele ngakubona. Uthola ukuthi usurveyor uzofunda iminyaka emine efundela ukuba usurveyor kodwa azoqasha umuntu ono grade 2 ngesizathu sokuthi uxhumene nesikhulu sikahulumeni. Okwesibili engicabanga ukuthi futhi kuyinkinga enkulu ekuthenini iNingizimu Afrika ikhiqize kakhulu abantu abasebenzayo kunabantu abakhanda imisebenzi. Ingoba lana eSouth Africa kusekhona lokhu kungalingani kwezobuhlanga nasekubambeni iqhaza emnothweni wakithi, ngoba uma ubuka nje abelungu ibona abaphethe umnotho kunathi thina abantu abamnyama. Ngicabanga futhi ukuthi uMama Maxeke ubengaziqhenya ngalesi sizwe siyiso uma ubengafica ezenkolo zibekwe ngaphandle ezikoleni, efice futhi imfundo yomuntu omnyama isekulesi simo ekusona, webhayo umuntu omnyama usafundela ukusebenza akafundela ukukhanda amathuba emisebenzi. Ngaleyo ndlela ngisho ukuthi si-ACDP sizimisela ukuthi konke lokho kushintshe uma ningasifaka embusweni ukuthi nathi ngelinye ilanga simbeke phambili uJehova, ngoba yonke lento yenzeka nje kanjena abantu balahlekelwa uNembeza, uJehova basenawo, abemesaba uJehova. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. The next speaker is from the ATM. Delegate Lerato Rollins, 3 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson, all youth delegates, both virtual and present, I greet you. We have very little to celebrate this Youth Month. Youth of today should pick up from where the youth of 1976 left off and ensure that the ideals fought for are achieved, including the use of an African language as a medium of instruction. But how do we take over from the youth of 1976 when our leaders have welded themselves onto those very seats? It is very hurtful to be oppressed by your own. In the great words of the late Mam Charlotte Manya Maxeke, and I quote, "This work is not for yourselves. Kill the spirit of self and do not live above your people, but live with them. If you rise, bring someone with you," close quote. Plus 60% of the youth is unemployed. As we speak about unemployment, it leaves a bitter taste in my mouth because we as the youth of South Africa breathe hunger while our own oppress us. We have put these people into power and the same people are oppressing us. Have we done the right thing? Take a walk into a township and show me a role model we can look up to. They are all breathing hunger and lost faith in the system. In order for us to see the change we deserve, we need to be educated about the importance of voting. The informal economy is what can benefit the young people while still opening opportunities in the mainstream economy. It is our strong belief as the ATM that the informal economy must be ring-fenced with the exclusive benefit of South African youth. Let us put our own first before opening up to foreigners. Rise, youth of South Africa, and take your rightful place. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is from the DA, Delegates Bradwin Mens, 3 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, in the shadow of COVID-19 pandemic, we find ourselves as young people at the risk of never finding work again. There's nothing worse than giving young people hope and later on stripping that very same hope away from them. All we heard today is false promises and policies that the ANC have failed to implement in the past 5 years. The KZN Youth Business Fund is just a myth, as young people in remote areas in our province can't even access it. It is clear that the ANC has no plan to create and save jobs. Instead, they would rather see business closed down and investment chased away. Frankly, they have forgotten the youth of our province. The Honourable Boyce spoke about an economy that is in the woodworks. But what she failed to mention today is that the very same economy that's in our woodworks is caused by the ANC. It is the ANC that has put our economy in the woodworks. And this is no excuse or explanation to why our youth have no jobs in our province. It is a fact that we have a broken government and a broken system that must be addressed. We must remember that unemployment or employment creation starts at national level, and the government's inability to implement policies and systems that will assist young people in the fight against unemployment. As young people, we must be at the forefront of this fight, and at the forefront of every government initiative to ensure that government prioritizes young people when they allocate its resources. The reality is that many young people who have obtained a matric or tertiary education wake up every morning of their lives struggling to find purpose without employment. Where is the dignity in that? Where the DA governs, we give young people hope and dignity through governments. We have cleared a pathway for young people to be empowered and acquire skills that will make them competitive in the job market. We have introduced schemes and programs that guarantee young people employment through initiatives such as our pay program in the Western Cape, which aims to assist matriculants with on-the-job training. To date, since implementation in 2012, 5,000 young people have been successful through this program. The DA youth in the province call on government to work with the following interventions to alleviate unemployment within our province. To ensure free data and Wi-Fi zones to improve access to opportunities. How can young people access the Premier's program that he speaks about so much, the Growth Fund, if young people don't even have access to internet and data within various communities? We call on the KZN government to support small businesses and provide appropriate skills that will advance young people in the agricultural and manufacturing sectors. Fix local governments so that they can attract investment that will create jobs in the form of new business and new development. As corruption is at the center of what robs young people of advances, corruption must end. With these many challenges facing the youth of our province, the consistent killings of women and children in our society will not be tolerated by the DA youth in this province. The DA calls on every young person, old, to channel their energy to fighting for jobs, fair opportunities, and building a united, prosperous, safe province in KZN. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. The next speaker is from the IFP Youth Brigade, Delegate Lonhle Kumete, 5 minutes.
Speaker, all protocol observed, receive my greeting. We are the youth of action, not the youth of box ticking. Esikubonile ke la mhlonishwa Speaker ukuthi ubabuzekala la khathe khuluma uthi kuona wonke ama government buildings across the province khona free access to internet. Thina ke njengeqembu le-IFP and IFP Youth Brigade asikwazi lokho mhlawumbe umhlonishwa ubekhuluma ngenye province not ngale siyaziyo. Youth unemployment record at a high rate of 32.6% means that unemployment people are now more than 7.2 million.
The reality is that they are way more than these numbers State SA gave us. As a result, according to expanded definition of unemployment rate is at 43.2%. This is while the unemployment stand at the shocking 72.7% of the young people who are not working. Kuyishwa ke Nhlonishwa somlomo ukuthi iSpeaker ebesila se-ANC sikhuluma ukuthi ubuholi be-province yethu kumele kwenze iy'ndawo zokusebenza zibe conducive. I will challenge him and challenge also the ANC-led government ukuthi abeke beyobona kwa-RBM ukuthi kwenzakalani. U-RBM ngicabanga ukuthi isona stakeholder esikhulu esicontributor kwi-economy of the province. But u-RBM ngezinto ezenzeka khona, they are threatening to close down the mine because the environment is not conducive. The government should ensure that young people are getting tenders in the mainstream economy of the province, not only 30% of subcontracting. It's high time now that the tenders, the youth should benefit on the mainstream contractors of the tenders, not only subcontracting. Because if you can see, the presenters that were presenting yesterday, they only told us about subcontracting. We are the youth of actions. We don't need to be subcontracted. We need the mainstream economy of the country. The IFP submits that the Department of Public Works should start to create youth-driven job economy in every corner of the municipality in KZN. By means of rolling out plan to build more roads and rail network, special economic zones, to ensure district development model for service reaches all corners of the province, because we can see that the development in our province, mostly in our rural municipalities, the development is still lacking. So the ANC government lead must make it sure that the development, it put more effort on our communities, more especially in rural areas. The IFP Youth Brigade demand the protection of young women and children against sexual abuse and crime should be the community safety and housing missing priority in this province. Sexual crimes continue to increase in KZN on a daily basis, and the government should be doing everything possible to increase strategies and manpower to deal with such a problem. The IFP Youth Brigade would like to pose the question regards to 5,400 sexual assaults DNA forensic test backlog that has not been dealt with, because this gives the criminals more time to commit more crimes, impunity. SAPS inability to process critical evidence from the victims. Agent basically crime on its own. It delayed justice and put life of victims in danger. As the IFP Youth Brigade, I think we need to also submit that it's high time that now all government and municipalities, when there is the vacant post, I think we must move on this thing here, manual application. We must move on to using the online application, because in all department, government and municipalities, the online application is not acceptable. As the IFP Youth Brigade, we submit that online application must be accepted in all government department and in municipalities. I thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker is from the ANC Youth League, Delegate Nomnoto Lembede, 12 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Antunte, Deputy Speaker, Premier Kuzen, Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip Vuiswa Kaluza, fellow delegates and the House at large. I stand here very proud to represent the mighty African National Congress, a liberation movement that fought for this democracy that we enjoy today. A democracy that allows some of us to stand in podiums and claim ukuthi uhulumeni akasenzeli lutho. Well, thina ke bakhongolose sifundisa ukuthi tell no lies and claim no easy victory. Asizukuma lapha mkweni and claim ukuthi uhulumeni akenze lutho noma usekwenze konke. Kodwa futhi ngeke sivume ukuthi akenzanga lutho. You see, when they tell you ukuthi uhulumeni we-ANC akenzanga lutho, anobakhumbuza nge-Youth Empowerment Fund, usukuma 1,000 job preparedness training, to just mention the few. Uma futhi beclaim ukuthi abawazi ama-beneficiaries awo, nibatshela ukuthi abahambe beyendla ngubo and meet representatives of gelatin trading. Badlule bayemnambithi, befike bengambi diamond, bafuni 120 something. Baphinde beyesayidi, beyofuni add note. And uma futhi bengakholwa ukuthi u-ANC uyasebenza nanokuthi abantu abasha usebenzeleni, abahambe beshowe beyobona uWilson, uTwilson. As we said, tell no lies and claim no easy victory. Program Director, the youth of 1976 faced the evil regime of apartheid head-on. Today, as we stand on their shoulders, we salute them for their bravery. Unfortunately today, as we are coming to terms with living with COVID-19 pandemic, young people are hit the hardest. With an already high number of youth unemployment, ukhuvethe linezezela isibalo sabantu abasha bangasebenzi. Kodwa asilishayile ihlombe iqhaza lenziwe uhulumeni ukuzama ukulekelela ekutheni abantu abasha bathole imisebenzi. We are also welcoming isabelo esimenyezelwe umongameli uRamaphosa sika 11 billion ozelekelela intsha yakuleli. Abantu abasha bayisasa la noma yipi developing country. So if South Africa ifuna ukuthi balwe as a developed country, it should invest in creating an enabling environment for its youth and women in particular. It is without any doubt that women are the forebearers of the liberation. Hence, Mama Charlotte Maxeke is one of them and is one of the breeders of our growth and development. South Africa wouldn't be a better place without liberators like our struggle icon, who put their lives at risk and fought all forms of oppression like that one of past laws. Akusithusi-ke nokho ukuthi abanye abamazi uMama Charlotte noma bebuza ngegalelo likaMama Charlotte emzabalazweni ngoba nabi igalelo labo emzabalazweni asilazi. uMama Maxeke was a great revolutionary whose struggle credentials can only be questioned by omafikizolo ngempela. uGoogle-ke usisize wasifikisa endleleni lapha kumnewethu wamvezela ukuthi uMama Maxeke washona ngo-1939 wangabe usamkhombisa uzakwethu ukuthi even iJohannesburg Hospital has been renamed to uMama Charlotte Maxeke Hospital in honor of her contribution to the freedom of struggle. Ngiphinde ngimxolele uzakwethu uZondo lapho khona acabanga ukuthi struggle sase South Africa saqala ngo-1975. Ngiya understand ukuthi what informs him. Hayi-ke udadewethu lapha wayiposi no-500 rand, ngiyamxolela kusemnyama kakhulu kuyena. To attain a total emancipation of young people and transform the ailing economy of our country, the following few principles may become precursors to eradicate unemployment. Number one, to create the inclusive economy to enhance young people's businesses, develop more employment opportunities in all sectors and government departments, unleash the youth's potential to allow
the young to strive for excellence. Prioritize the growth of young people and fresh ideas to transform the society. Remove all the barriers of entry to advance the youth cause. Concise the youth slogan, nothing about us without us. It is also important to note umsebenzi owenziwe ama-department such as DSD in ensuring inclusivity through rendering services to those who continue to be marginalized on the basis of their physical and health-related realities, like people living with disabilities and HIV and AIDS, which continue to remain a taboo issue even in the midst of multiple awareness campaigns and programs directed at keeping young people informed. Then again, in commemorating Mama Maxege and the plight of gender inequality, the department has held the significant programs aimed to empower young women who continue to be marginalized on the basis of their gender, race and class. Njengomama laba kunomama basemthwalume who have been enrolled and currently receiving skills and training. Abantu abasha besifazane abasemthwalume abathole ama-skills from ama-fields such as plumbing, electrical wiring, computer training, and assistant chef. This is in addition to the ensuring of funding NPOs led by young women in all districts by the Youth Directorate. Let the spirit of Mama Maxege chant in the grave by allowing young people to advance employment to transform the society. I bow, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Siyabonga kakhulu kama presentation. Siyabonga sicela nishayele izandla kakhulu. May I now request delegate uSinoxolo Mahlatshana to come forward and present the resolutions of 2021.
Dibulise to the Mayor of Umshwati Municipality, the Mayor of Umgungundlovu District Municipality, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker. We, the delegates of the Youth Parliament, sitting under the theme, the Year of Charlotte Maxege, Growing Youth Employment for an Inclusive and Transformed Society, took the following resolutions which emanated from the three commissions to further guide the legislature in its interaction with the sector in terms of Section 118 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Office of the Premier. Noting that the Office of the Premier has a program called the Youth Empowerment Fund, the Youth Parliament resolved that the fund be made more accessible to young people throughout the province through effective advertising and promotion to reach all areas of our province. The Youth Parliament further resolved that the key focus be given to various key sectors such as agriculture and manufacturing as they contribute immensely to job opportunities. Noting that stipends paid for internships, learnerships, and other job training programs vary from department to department. The Youth Parliament resolved that the Office of the Premier must engage the National Department of Public Services and Administration with a view to standardizing the value of stipends paid to volunteers and youth participating in internships, learnerships, and experiential learning programs. Noting that the fourth industrial revolution has brought about more need for data than ever before, and that the province still has many areas where there is no access to data for the youth, and especially the unemployed youth. The Youth Parliament resolved that the Office of the Premier spearheads the provision of more hotspots around the province, with government buildings being prioritized to be Wi-Fi hotspots for access by youth. Noting that there is a high rate of unemployment in the country, and further noting that departments provide internships to young people, and then afterwards they become unemployed, the Youth Parliament resolved that departments must provide more skills development programs to young people so that they can be self-sustainable and competitive in the job market. That government departments must provide permanent employment to their interns and in-service trainees through permanent absorption. Noting that there are many vacant posts within the provincial government department, the Youth Parliament resolved that the provincial government must prioritize employing young people in the process of filling vacancies. Noting that the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development and the Department of Sport and Recreation do not have youth directorates within their departments, the Youth Parliament resolved that the provincial government must first track the establishment of the Youth Directorate offices with the Department of Agriculture and Sports and Recreation. Noting that the youth directorates are inadequate to address youth issues in the province, the Youth Parliament resolved that a government department must be established with an aim on focusing on youth-related issues and to ensure that funds allocated for youth programs are spent accordingly and on youth programs. Noting that the annual Youth Parliament resolutions are not all implemented timelessly in all districts, the Youth Parliament resolved that the tracking of those resolutions must be intensified during the year and we must not wait until the following year. On the Department of Education, noting an insufficient number of agricultural schools and colleges, the Youth Parliament resolved that the department must focus on building more agricultural schools in all districts across the province. Noting that rural schools do not have proper and sufficient ablution facilities, the Youth Parliament resolved that the Department of Education must first track the process of ensuring that ablution facilities are built in the rural schools. Noting that the post-basic education challenges caused by the lack of synergy between basic education and the higher education sector, the Youth Parliament resolved that to invite the Department of the Higher Education sector to attend the sitting of the next Youth Parliament. Noting that there are many unregistered farm schools, the Youth Parliament resolved that the department must first track the process of registering farm schools so that they receive the full benefits from the department. On the Department of Social Development, noting that many young people are caught up in drugs and alcohol abuse, the Youth Parliament resolved that the department must intensify its awareness campaigns on alcohol and drug abuse in all districts. Noting the increasing poverty level in our society, the Youth Parliament resolved that the COVID-19 social relief grant must be continued with an aim of increasing it. On the Department of Human Settlements, noting that there are many household owners that do not have title deeds, the Youth Parliament resolved that the department must first track the awarding of title deeds to homeowners. On the Department of Public Works, noting that the department has minimum youth occupying senior management positions, the Youth Parliament resolved that the department must prioritize appointing qualified youth in the vacant senior management posts. Noting that there are several abandoned state-owned buildings which end up being used by criminals, the Youth Parliament resolved that government departments and municipalities take stock of their building and ensure that the said departments are maintained and either leased out or make them available for utilization by youth structures, and in the case of condemned buildings, to be demolished. Furthermore, the youth resolved that more oversight focus must be given to ensuring effective utilization of government infrastructure. On cooperative governance and traditional affairs, noting that COGTA has a vast program of internship which pays stipends to interns, the Youth Parliament resolved that COGTA allocates a budget to each municipality to enable municipalities to undertake their own recruitment. Noting that most bursaries that were issued by COGTA went to males when there are more females than males, the Youth Parliament resolved that bursaries be distributed equally between males and females. On the Department of Transport, noting that the Department of Transport has several capital projects in its operations which could benefit young people, the Youth Parliament resolved that youth empowerment be accelerated for youth to move from being subcontractors to being main contractors. Noting that there are still learners that still walk long distances to school, and that in some instances the transport provided is not adequate to ferry all the learners, thereby resulting in others still having to walk to schools, the Youth Parliament resolved that the Department of Transport, in partnership with the Department of Education, must continue to find ways to ensure that all pupils do benefit in the scholar transport. On the Department of Community Safety and Liaison, noting that training programs given to volunteers under community safety and liaison do not seem to be clearly defined, and as a result, it is not clear whether they are aimed at strengthening participant skills in being whistleblowers or in combating crime. The Youth Parliament resolved that the training objectives be clearly defined and training be properly aligned to the objectives. On Treasury, noting the ever-increasing financial exclusions in the higher education sector, the Youth Parliament resolved that Treasury must increase budget for higher education sector to limit financial exclusions and student protests. Noting that government has short-term employment programs in place for the Youth Parliament resolved that the funds spent on the temporary employment programs must be consolidated and spent on sustainable youth employment programs. Noting that youth programs in government are still underfunded and there is a lack of proper financial management and monitoring, the Youth Parliament resolved that government must adequately fund and monitor youth programs closely to ensure that they are implemented and that they benefit the youth, and that the youth programs must be adequately funded. On the Department of Arts and Culture, noting that creative arts sector is not properly supported by government, yet it provides job opportunities through entrepreneurship, the Youth Parliament resolved that creative sector must be given more attention and skills development needs to be redefined to accommodate other underrepresented sectors that can contribute to job creation. On economic development, tourism, and environmental affairs, noting that government focuses on employing young people instead of creating conditions that are conducive for creation of employment opportunities by the private sector, the Youth Parliament resolved that government must create conditions that are conducive for the private sector to thrive to create employment opportunities for youth and use tax revenue for service delivery. Noting that most local businesses are owned by foreigners while South Africans are struggling, the Youth Parliament resolved that the government must consider providing comprehensive support to South African-owned small businesses in townships and rural areas. The Youth Parliament further resolved that the number of Operation Vula beneficiaries must be increased by 50%. Noting that available funding opportunities for business development are not properly promoted, the Youth Parliament resolved that the department must work with district youth managers to communicate and advertise funding opportunities. The Youth Parliament further resolved that the Department of Economic Development must ensure that the disbursement of funds for youth programs are made public through the media. On the Department of Agriculture, noting that some young people do not see agriculture as an opportunity to improve their economic conditions, the Youth Parliament resolved that the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development must work with the Department of Education to ensure that agriculture is taught in schools. Noting that the government has set aside land for agricultural use, the Youth Parliament resolved that government must set aside land for utilization by the youth that is interested in farming. On sports and recreation, noting that there is a downward trend in the uptake of sports in schools and the youth prefer to play digital games, the Youth Parliament resolved that the Department of Sports and Recreation must embark on awareness campaign programs that will encourage the youth to take up sports in schools. Noting sport infrastructure in townships and in rural areas is lacking, and where it is available, it is not well maintained or vandalized, the Youth Parliament resolved that the Department of Sports and Recreation must ensure that all districts have sports facilities that can be used by the youth and that these are maintained regularly. The youth further resolved that the department must ensure that municipalities must have security to protect sport facilities to prevent vandalizing. Noting that sport is predominantly sponsored by the private sector, the Youth Parliament resolved that government must increase funding and sponsorship for sports in the province and support sport councils in townships and rural areas. The Youth Parliament further resolved that the department should have programs that will facilitate the visiting of sports scouts in rural areas and townships to identify talent. Noting that key positions in federations are filled by old people that have been there for years and have no interest in developing sports, the Youth Parliament resolved that the Department of Sports and Recreation must consider influencing federations to have 30% representation of youth. The Youth Parliament further resolved that the department must have a clear monitoring tool for the funds that are given to the federation. Thank you, Chair. Yes.
Thank you, Sinoxolo. Cela simphinde ngehlombe. Can we then adopt the resolutions? Yeah, mfowethu. Thank you, Timilehle. Any seconder? Phakamisi. Emva kwakho.
Igama umsankosi wakaduma ngiyasekhonda.
Thank you. Siyabonga ke ama resolutions enwa adoptile. Sizocela ama leaders wama youth formations ukuthi eze sizowasayina ama resolutions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ngokuthi nibe discipline. Thank you very much. I would like to thank everyone who participated in this today's program. Like to thank the Premier, the Speaker, MECs, honorable members, staff, presenters, who made this youth parliament to be a success. Delegates, thank you very much. Your discipline, sibonga kakhulu. Nokwazi ukutolerate omunye nomunye phakathi kwenu. Nilwe nento eyodwa ehlukumeza abantu abasha. Thank you very much, staff. Ngokusilekelela kukho konke esikade sikwenza. Siyabonga kakhulu. We have come to an end of our parliament, 2021 parliament. Abazoshayela abashayeli kahle baphephe emgwaqeni. Thank you. Oh, sicela ama leaders azosayine.